It's the Money Show.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Welcome once again to the Money Show. Afam Buchuka. This is where we gather from all over the world to elevate vital conversations, rub minds, share ideas, and explore viable solutions to our issues and challenges. It's all about collective development and collective benefit for Ndibo. Nkata maka ọganiru, nkata maka ịdị n'otu, nkata maka idozi obodo, nkata maka nchekwa obodo. This conversation speaks to the future of Ndi Igbo, of the youth of Ali Igbo. It speaks also to our possibilities and where we can go from where we are today. Thank you for joining. Thank you for coming in on time. There's a lot to unpack. And tonight, we're diving into a hot topic that, like I said, is addressing issues that relate to our youth. We are entrepreneurs, naturally, and we are very resourceful people. At the same time, we're very resilient people. So this is not a strange or an alien conversation, because in Igbo, even the Malondi Igbo Oluaka, even the Malondi Igbo with technology. Yes, and that's why we're having this conversation. This one is Scaling Smart, Decoding Tech Startup Journey in Nigeria. Tonight, we are blessed and very excited to have two brilliant founders who are not just building successful startups, but showing that Ndibo can indeed lead in innovation and digital enterprise. This night, we will be unpacking their stories, looking at their challenges, their wins, their lessons, their struggles as well, and on scaling up smartly their startups in the Nigerian tech space. You know, it might have a very tough terrain when it comes to business. And of course, it will be interactive, like I said before. I won't take so much time in our introduction, but I just want to say this. The only difference between what we're doing now and what we have done before as Igbo is just time. It's just time. Igbos have always been tech people, but as time goes, the face changes. Centuries back, we have always been into Kanozu. Kanozu is actually technology and art. We've been doing this. We've been into metal works, smelting, all kinds of things that have to do with technology. Even in recent years, like 50 years ago, 55 years ago, during the Biafra-Nigerian War, I think that was the time that Ndi Igbo manifested their technology prowess the most. We built all kinds of equipment and ammunitions to be able to defend ourselves. It was full of innovation. That was when truly. And that's a different conversation if we start listing the things we built at that time. But tech has also evolved again over the last 50 years. We're now going soft and also hard. So there's hardware side, there's software side. And because of that, everything is spreading, is broadening. And on whatever the truth is that this is a very important conversation because it is crucial to our development. This is one of the most important tools that can be used or that should be used, that we need to use to drive development in Igbo, advance our society, create solutions, create jobs, create wealth, and sustain that wealth till it spreads collectively and individually. That's why this conversation is very vital to our present and to our future. So tonight, like I said, we are having two of our own brothers, people that have made their friends and their family and Ndibo proud for what they are doing. We have Alex Onya, founder and CEO of Educare, transforming education through technology. He has built different companies, but Educare is the one we know. And Alex, as you all know, Alex has been pushing back on many issues, especially relating to education. He's been in the front. He's not just talking, he's doing, he's driving, he's challenging people, he's encouraging people, he's developing people, he's building stuff just to make sure that our education rises back to where it should be, even beyond where it used to be. Alex, welcome to the Money Show.
Thank you, Choka. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here once again.
Joining him with us is Ugochukwu Arana. Ugochukwu is a different breed, actually. Ugochukwu is the co-founder and CEO of Zen Finance and all the companies that he has set up that he will talk about when he starts. I don't want to do so much introduction. He's a game changer in decentralizing finance on this continent, the continent Africa. He's a high-level player also. he when he starts talking, you will understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. He wears different caps within the tech space, and he doesn't just do soft tech. He does hardware tech also. That's why I appreciate that broad knowledge that he's bringing to this conversation. He may not give us all the time. He told me that he's having family engagement, so he won't be here for hours, but he will give us the much he can within the time that we are going to spend with him. Ron, welcome to the Money Show.
Thank you, Choka. Good evening, everybody, and thanks for having me. Yeah, good evening, Alex. It's good to be here, communicating and connecting with everybody. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I was listening to this song, the song that we used to start this show. You I'm with team song I did this show. And at some point, I didn't know when I said Priscilla Amadi. Priscilla, get one.
Before Uncle, what do you mean?
I hate to not do that.
Yes, I'm MONI certified. There's no mixed blood in my line, like at all. You're welcome to the MONI Show, as usual, every Saturday. Standing on existing protocol, everyone that is here, welcome. I'm particularly excited because that rain that used to fall and destroy my network hasn't come yet. So let me enjoy it while it lasts. Yes. I'm glad to be here again, another Saturday, and have conversations with our amazing guests. Your introduction was just so on point, and I'm like, yes, who else is better to have these conversations about startups? Because in Nigeria, having startups is not enough. Then there's scaling your startup. Then there is the terrain. Then there's the policies that can wake up one morning and take you out of the market. Specifically, the last people that went off the market, Okra. I remember when I was a customer success manager in one of the fintechs in Lagos. They're one of the apps that we used. I remember Okra because particularly that name was very interesting to me the first time I ever got to know about them. And they're very, very, anybody that is in the fintech space knows the role that, using Okra at the time plays. I never would have thought that they would be, having the challenges that they had long enough to have gone off the market. But then it's not just about them, How many unicorns have Nigeria produced? It's not just like 4. Have they increased since that time? I think it's just 4, if I remember. I know Flutterwave, OPay, MoneyPoint, and InterSwitch, yeah? And then, there's the whole shenanigans. I would love to hear from our two brothers here, how everything works, because I particularly am in love with the startup space, because I know that if we give a lot of energy to startup, a lot of the job creation challenges we have in Nigeria, it will be way more solved, because I know that one startup can employ quite a number of people gainfully, and whenever one startup goes off the market, we know what happens. Unemployment, this, that, the whole nines, and then the problem that they solve as well. But would love to hear from them and see how to decode that space, successfully. I'm excited, I'm pumped. And please, if you're just joining the show, do not forget that you can drop your comments in the comment section and interact. If you feel like you don't want to speak, you can interact in the comment sections. So in English, it is allowed. We cannot wait to have these conversations. Thank you, my brother Chuka. And once again, to those who do not know, my name is Priscilla, also known as the Service Culture Evangelist, and would like to, have you guys interact. Please, people should join now, Biko. Away by 11 o'clock on Google. Everybody started requesting for Mike. Chuka, can you have Biko?
Yes, actually, I don't even want to beg anybody, because it's going to be a shocker for anybody who is waiting for the next 2 hours to start talking, because I promise you there's a likelihood that this conversation is going to be shorter than you expect, but it's going to become very tight. Wow. Like, it's going to be compressed. It's going to be like a chart. I was telling Ugochukwu earlier, it's going to be like a chat where we're just, having brief responses. Sometimes I'll chip in, sometimes I'll cut in. Once again, this is the MONI Show. MONI is an acronym for Maka Odimma Ndibo. And we have these conversations every Saturday, 8 p.m. West African time, discussing different vital issues. It's all about scaling smart, decoding tech startup journey in Nigeria. We're going to do this conversation in a way that myself and Priscilla will engage the speakers for a while. Then at some point, we will now bring in speakers from the audience to come and engage our guests with questions. So just have your questions noted while they are talking. Any issue you want to attack, anything you want to, bring up into the conversation to just gain some more understanding of what they are talking about or what we're discussing tonight. Go ahead and request the mic and come in and speak. So let's dive in. I just think we will start with questions to both of our speakers. Then from there, Alex, let's start with you. I mean, you have built a platform that's helping schools digitize their operations, and that has been enormous. What you're doing in Nigeria and beyond Nigeria has been enormous. It has grown. Educare has grown to become a household name when it comes to tech and education in Nigeria and beyond Nigeria. We would like to know what inspired this vision. How did you come about this? How did you identify this need to the point that you are able to build something like this?
Okay, so the thing is, earlier on, I've always wanted to, growing up, I've always wanted to build solutions. And Chuka, one moment, Biko. Ugo, when you was I got this, I'll come back.
Okay, let's go to Ugo.
Biko, I'll come back.
Let's go to Ugo, no problem. Ugo,
Yeah.
Let's start with different companies, and they are all doing very well. So let's start with the one that is your baby, like the first baby you built, Zen Finance. And Zen, I think Zen is bigger than just a finance company, right?
Actually, Zen wasn't the first company I built, right? But let me just give where the question is where I started, right?
What drove you to get into this? Because doing tech in Nigeria is not beans.
No, I didn't start with Zen. So I have a sort of, should I call it a holding company called Ugasoft. That's my name. But then I started it when I finished when I finished university. I worked for a software company and then decided to start my own software. I worked for Lloydant, it's in Enugu, but decided to start my own software company. But before then, I had interned at KPMG, right, in Lagos. So, but yeah, what really drove me to start tech or to start a tech company right from time, I've always, so initially I wanted to do oil and gas. I'll be very honest. I'm not someone I'm from Anambra State. The people where I come from, they have a lot of money. Right, I have uncles. Yeah. So I have uncles that are extremely wealthy, and they are businessmen. They do importation, they do real estate. They are very wealthy people. So I've learned a lot, from these people. I respect them a lot. But while we were in university, I studied at University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I was on scholarships from oil companies because when I got into school, because I like money, so I'm like, okay, not like I like money to a point where I'll do something bad, but when I got into school, I was like, hey, how can we make money here? Then my elder brother, who is actually Alex's classmate, right, just a few years ahead of me, so he told me then, Ugo, my elder brother is also like really, really brilliant, so he told me, that I can get scholarships. So I said, So I now I started reading for scholarships. It's on merit, right? But people who come from oil producing states at the time, they get it very easily. But every other person will need to fight for it. And I'm like, okay, if you give me a book and I need to read something, and I don't have problems with that, I can always excel. I've done that a lot of times. So I decided to start reading on scholarships. I got a lot of scholarships in uni, so I had money in school. That's one. And then, of course, my parents, my brothers were always also supporting me with money. So in school, actually, I was rich as a student, right? So I was now saying, okay, well, how do we sustain this wealth when we leave school? Because being rich in school is one thing, but when you leave, you have to sustain the wealth. But then I was looking at these oil companies that were giving me scholarship. I said, okay, look, let me work for them. But while I was doing my internship, I now realized that no, some of them were selling their assets, and maybe I can start working for them, and you wake up one day and you're fired. And I didn't want that. So I looked into tech, realized that, wow, tech was a huge thing. Some guys at KPMG told me, go look at the top 10 people in the richest people, and they're in tech. So I was like, oh, wow, this makes sense. What do I need? I just need my brain and my computer. I said, okay, so I don't need any starting capital. So the first thing I wanted to do was to develop that skill. So I worked on myself, developed the skill, from final year, a company hired me, and then from there, before I went to NYSC, I started my own company. So that's pretty much how I started. And started building for started first building software for like schools, financial institutions before I now built, like my own startup from a food delivery company called Ogugo, then to Ycrate, and then to Zend. Yes,
I think I've seen Ogugo a couple of times.
Yeah. Ogugo is actually is one of the companies. It's the oldest food delivery company, or like the oldest e-commerce logistics company or startup in Enugu. It's going to be 8 years. It's going to be 8 years this October. Yeah, and it's still running. So that's pretty much one of the. And the reason we built it was because when me and my friends were writing code in my family house, because that's where we stayed. My co-founders lived in my family house with me for about 7 to 8 months, right? So then if we're trying to order food in the afternoon, because my mom, they always cook food for us, but if we're trying to order food, maybe extra stuff, there's no way to do it. And some guys in Lagos had it, so we said, okay, let's just build something on the side. That's how pretty much started. So that's really, this is basically.
So you literally built this to solve your problem.
Yeah, to solve my own personal problem, honestly, not to solve anybody's problem.
Your story sounds like Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Like me and my co-founders were living in my parents' house.
Yeah.
This is exactly what you.
That's pretty much how we were doing it. My parents, honestly, one thing I can say, my parents were really supportive. My mom would cook food for us, make sure that we eat it was even my staff that I employed then. I mean, it's not like I had one, but small, like 3 or 4 guys that were now coming to join us. She would make food for everybody. It really helped.
Then you qualify stock options.
Oh yeah, she does. She's a shareholder in my holding company. Yeah, she.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You're a wise son. So Ogugo is just food delivery.
Yeah, but not just now. We do international delivery. We move things to the US, to the UK, and a lot of things. Yeah, but I don't run it day to day. There is a managing director that runs that every day. Yeah, because logistics business is crazy hard. So, but she runs that. Yeah.
I guess it's not your passion.
Yeah, no. So you create things to sort of solve problems at certain times, and then there are people that can now take it up from there.
Take it off from you.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, the current managing director basically took it off, especially during COVID. Took it off basically from me, and we're just basically overseeing things, but day-to-day operations, and she's doing it well. And it's a lady, right? So women are really powerful in running or managing companies. I
wish she was here.
Yeah, so
because I would like to at some point go into what these services do and where the product is at the moment. Ogugo sounds very good. I like it when Nigerians, especially in the Igbo, brand their company with their identity. It gives it a different look. It gives it a very original look. Optics matter, right?
Yeah.
But once you hear it, this is from Africa and this is bold.
Yeah.
And this person understands intentional branding. I love that. Ogugo. And even what it means, you don't finish.
Exactly. And it has a question mark in the logo. So exactly has anything. That's the point.
Wow, that's a lot of thinking. This was when?
This was in 2000 and 2017. That's when we launched.
Oh, that's quite a long time.
Yeah,
8 years.
So that's like I said. So so it's turning 8 in October. So that's why it says a lot of people know Zend because Zend is big, like out there, but Ycrate even came before Zend, right? So, and then our video game company as well came around this
River.
Yeah. And Hammer Games.
Tell us about Ycrate.
Okay, so what we built, Ycrate is a hardware and software company. So we built our own like routers and operating system that allows people to share, distribute their internet, and also make money while doing it, right? Yeah. So I mean, like you have your regular, you have your MTN routers, right? Just for example, but then imagine your MTN routers. You can now monetize it. You can allow people to pay you while they use that internet. There is now more. We've built out like enterprise solutions. So schools, for example, you can monitor the data traffic, what's passing through the network. You can actually put like ads on the network. For small businesses, you can collect data, like when people connect to your internet, you can collect information like maybe their names, phone number. You can build a database from your Wi-Fi. You also have like parental control features for homes. Let's say you want a certain situation where kids cannot access certain services on your Wi-Fi. All those things are built in. Or you don't want people to connect at a certain period, they are built in. So
gives you control,
yeah,
and at the same time spread.
so Wi-Fi gives you complete control over your Wi-Fi system, and because early on when people create Wi-Fi solutions, it's mostly just connect to the internet. But we decided to build more on it, right? And in 2023, it won us a global award in Saudi Arabia. We were number one in the world in that leap competition. So we got a $150,000 grant from the Saudi government, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And because of that, when we came back to Nigeria, one of the biggest telcos gave us a contract to build their firmware. So currently, it's actually done. Actually, as of yesterday, what they are doing is the bundling. So they are finalizing. You know the way you go to your bank, you see pay for 100 gig this. Yeah. So all those things, like they're finalizing the bundling. So I think maybe in a few weeks or thereabout, right? When these are now, maybe I don't control that, but big telcos they are very big. So, but yeah, when it goes like, people will be able to now, when you get the router from the telco, that's from let's say it's Glo or MTN or Airtel, I can't mention now, but when you get the router, when you subscribe, you're actually using a Wi-Fi service. Okay, so that's how before this used to be done by the Chinese, right? But now this is the first time a local company in Nigeria, Africa, is building such deep technology, for these telcos. And it doesn't come.
Man,
it's a big deal, really. It's actually a big deal.
Why crypt?
Yes.
I'm going to look for it. This is very important. I mean,
if you search for it online, and where you got water, so the thing is in one of our discussions, I asked to go, what are you current now? We are just discussing randomly on many things. So when he spoke about the white crypt, I was quite interested until Ngotachaze of. So what we did right now, I'm even his customer. So we like one big school on our deploy it to now. So basically what I love about the Tembo, Emma, if you buy Starlink, let's say you buy one hardware, and you want to be able to, let's say somewhere like a school, if you want to be able to cover internet around it, you definitely will need to buy maybe 4 of the hardware position or your usual like extenders, right? At the end of the day, it should still not be that efficient. So, but what Ugo does is, and you're definitely paying for 4 and a lot of inefficiencies and less control. So what Ugo did was, he just one Starlink router is enough to power a school of 1,000 students. So with his gigabyte router and some installations, you will see that one internet can cover the whole school. But not just that, it now gives the school opportunity to now make money offering internet to their students. Schools now will so each student name ID, which is their internet access. So they use it to identify everything the students in at school. So once they give you your ID, you use your ID, it's probably part of your ID card. So every time you renew, if you don't renew, they suspend you. So but every activity in them with that hardware, they know. So you pay like 10,000. So imagine a school of 1,000 students paying 10,000 each for internet every time. So the school is probably making, let's say, 10 million, okay? And they are basically spending less than this. So one, it makes internet connectivity evenly distributed. It also helps them to even earn money. So this is where the money thing makes sense. You understand?
It reminds me of the days we used to go to cyber cafe. This is
now a decentralized cyber cafe. The only problem when which can Google, let them find a way to get the deployment cost a lot cheaper. Or teach up that cheap, but it wants everything. It wants everything of investment.
So you see, that's why I like. So you see, I would like to, you see, a customer is even selling the product for me. Do you understand? I think that's one of the best things. Thank you. I think that's one of the best things, to have. But honestly speaking, right? I would like when the telco guys, when they saw what we won in Saudi and they invited me to their boardroom and I sat down there the first time. After I explained this, I will not lie. It was one of their executives. This is one of like the C-level executives. The lady told me, Ugo, all these things you have said is like you don't even know the depth of what you have created. I was like, so all these things I said, is it that I didn't sell this thing well enough? Why I'm saying this, why I'm saying this is that I see some founders on this space, and I want people to know one thing. You might build something, right? But other people would interpret it in another way. But it doesn't matter. just follow them, because if they are giving you money, they are right. So it was the lady that now basically repositioned some of the things that we are doing for them. I'm telling you, and it's not a small contract. It was so much that when the Chinese guys came, like a couple of weeks later, when they told them, look, that these companies, that because Chinese guys were like, why and all that stuff. And they told them, look, Nigeria, that's why, honestly, Nigeria at times, there are some laws that help, policies that help. There's a law in Nigeria called local content. That law says that if a company has local capacity to build something, they should work with that the local capacity first, rather than using an international one. But you see, companies will only, evoke that law when the local capacity even makes sense now, right? So those guys basically helped us. I will not lie. And we have a new version of our product now. And honestly, it was basically rebuilt based on how the telco interpreted, because we feel like, oh wow, this is actually a better way of making money. Because to us, we are a bunch of just nerds or coders and all these things building stuff. So you see, I'm always learning. Even now, I'm learning. There are so many things scattering in my brain. I'm learning on the spot. But you see, it's very important for us to understand that customers can also help push you in a certain direction. Alex has done a lot for us in the last 2 months. He will even jump on a call with us. I'll have my engineers. He'll say, no, do this one like this. This is what will help us here. And honestly, we are doing it because they are the people who are going to pay you, right? So sometime in this last year, I was in China, I was in Hong Kong. I sold over 200 of my devices to some guys there. And what did they want? They wanted just the crypto part of our device. They said, oh, Ugo, does it do this? And they said, yes, so it does it. We just sold it. They paid on the spot. For me, customers would help shape your, the direction of your support. Yeah, that's pretty much it on YQ.
Yeah, but Emma, Ugo is right. So another thing, but Emma, when you are evaluating what people, we are about hard work. So those kind of hard work is something that is extremely difficult to replicate. Every other thing was the layering and fine-tuning. So looking at the amount of hard work they have put into that white crypto, anybody that wants to replicate that probably will take the person 2-3 years. So if you see that, they may not even, sometimes when you are in engineering, you get so swallowed up with the fun, the exciting thing about technology that you really forget that you are not the one to use it. So when I looked at what they are doing, I mean, to be frank, Ugo them have done just to make him feel happy. He have done an amazing job, and I've looked at it, I've seen it. I just can't wait for this thing to go live, so that because it's really, really, really good. And so just the only thing I told you, Ugo, if there is a way, I don't know, but you just have to see how the cost can come down more, so that more people can use it.
All right.
It's an amazing stuff. So the thing is, a little bit about my journey.
Oh, hold on, Alex.
Yeah.
Ugo, what I'm going to say to this is the fact that, I have seen this over the years. I've seen this so many times. This is the reason why companies have different people doing different things. If very good at, and I understand that. And that takes me to the question I wanted to ask you before I go to Alex. You kept mentioning me and my co-founders, and that sounds very impressive, and that's rare in our parlance in this society. It sounds very rare because most of the times people will not build things on their own because of how they conceive the idea or how they prefer to work or how they do their work effectively. Some people operate better alone, but I always believe that partnership takes us beyond what we could do with one man's strength, and this is something we are trying to embrace as Nigerians, even in the tech space. It's very impressive to see that you started in that way. I would like to know how you guys were able to build that team spirit, how to build that understanding between yourselves without having unnecessary issues. Last week, we were talking with Mary and we were talking about this thing. Yeah, she mentioned where law comes in regarding partnership, agreements, collaborations, and all that. We would like to know how you were able to do this in such a way that you were able to build with these guys and grow with them to the point where you are becoming renowned.
Yeah, okay, so all my co-founders, I have to be very honest, I'll get to a point, right? So co-founder issues are things that exist, but honestly, I didn't know it was even bad, right? Because at times you hear it in some programs. But all my co-founders that are with me, all of us went to university, UNN, we are all classmates, right? So, but my CFO, who is now one of who eventually became a part of management, was my Oga. He was the lead accountant in one of the, like, my first software company where I worked for. But eventually he went for masters and all those things, so they didn't retain him. And over time I begged, I told him, guy, because my dad is a chartered accountant. One thing my dad taught me was, Ugo, anything you spend, write it on a paper. So I started writing down. Then eventually I had a spreadsheet I was using. My dad is really good in mathematics and accounting and all those things. He used to teach us like timetable and all those times table when we were smaller. So I had to get an account. So I called the guy, I told him, look, I don't have money. So he came and then started doing some work for us, almost like no pay and all that. Then that's how we all got together. But my other co-founders, they were all my classmates basically. Right. So, and things have just been, so I've known all my co-founders for more than 12 years now. Right. Exactly. So I've known all my co-founders for more than 12 years because we were all classmates in UNN. One was like 2 years ahead of me in UNN, but nothing too much. Right. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. But it got to a point where, and because these guys were staying with me, in my family house, not all of them, just two were staying with me in my family. And one was coming from MNE to Transekulu by 7:30 a.m. every morning. We didn't have money, anything then. The guy was coming, judiciously coming every day. So we built that relationship. We've not had issues. I mean, just minor things here and there, but nothing crazy. But in sometime in 2019 or so, there was a business, a software company similar to Uber in Enugu. It was called Oma Cabs. So someone reached out to me. I was like, hey, that he would want me to be one of his co-founders to like do the software, the tech part. I was like, okay, no problem. But yeah, so we did that. But eventually I built the software. He managed everything, but it didn't go as planned, right? But one thing I would say is that it didn't really work so well for me because in all honesty, if you don't know people for a long time, I wouldn't recommend that people go and maybe just start up something because someone says, oh, do this. I would recommend people, co-founders or partners in business. These are like your brothers. You don't just get up and get anybody. Do you understand? It's not a very good thing because
then if you have a co-founder that you actually have to start with signing contracts, that means there's something fundamentally wrong.
Exactly.
Are you saying that from the beginning, even though you have known each other for 10, 12 years, built relationships from school days, does it necessarily mean that you don't need to start with a proper document?
The truth of the matter is that there's no one size fits all, but Ugo's story is very similar. My co-founders, I have 4. I mean, of course, we started with 2, but then expanded to 4. My first co-founder, my NYSC, Umunia at the same place. Secondly, this third co-founder was the person in Yeromaka project na my final year, which we were very close. We worked on a lot of freelancing work then. And then the fourth one was his friend. So now, do we have, some of these Legos? Yes, definitely. Do we know that we have Legos? Most times we never remember them. But do we have it at first? We had it, I think, after like 6 years. That's even when we said, let's even document. Not because of us, but because of our families, this kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to write.
So that was the foundation, and that remains the foundation. So the point is, whenever you are having co-founders and your relationship is based on that initial, because lawyers sometimes, they have a linear model of thinking. If it's not that deep relationship, it can be classmates, it can be project mates, something that have built like a form of a relationship. Then it might different people's strengths. Because my co-founder is good in graphics, right? I was the one writing code then. The other guy was the third one was a lot better in terms of writing code. That was one that we even made CTO at some point before the third one. You get? So these were like their core. Of course, I financed most of the initial point of the business, right? Until, of course, started making money and then everything grew. However, that was how we built our own. So it's very similar. And I think most of very successful people have maybe your former co-worker. Guinea Arrow go for like 3-4 years or even less anyway. I mean, you guys know, you guys are close. This is how, long term, because one thing I've noticed about that business is you can build a very successful business for 5 years. Just that co-founder dispute is enough to crash whatever you've done.
I mean, I've seen this with a lot of tech companies. I mean, major tech companies, not even just unicorns, the global level, world-class tech companies. When you look at their stories, you always see these disputes. there's always this dispute. It happens more often than not. And that's actually the reason why I was a little shocked when you said, what you said about how that like sends a red flag if you're talking about agreement from the beginning. Because I would think that it's standard practice. We'll go, guy, there's something I'm thinking about we should do together. Maybe we've known each other for 10 years and we put it together like, okay, this is the idea, this is the concept. How do we go about this? By the time we have done brainstorming and say, this is when we're going to start this business. When the time comes, we just do the paperwork as a standard practice without even
that thing with a very huge limitation. Let me tell you. First of all, when let's say we are starting a business, right? There's what they call JV. Like I and Ugo can start a JV, right? And then build a JV because we are coming from an experience point and there's something we needed to work on together. You get it's very simple. But one thing about that early founding whereby you need to have those kind of formalities. My share value will 70%, your own will 30%. The truth of the matter is that over time, especially when everything is formally written, the exit clause, you need it written, right? It will start going well, but at some point, you start noticing that now, I'm gonna when like some energy drop and distractions, right? And that's person with lesser share, maybe like, why am I even? Because ideally, the whole point of building it, because every business you start has zero value. It's your effort, intelligence, and everything that
turns it into value.
That value you want. So at that point, you start having this thought of, what to 15% can win. Why should I even be putting this kind? It's just those kind of messages start cooking issue. So, but sometimes when the motive that drives the growth is really not about. So there's this philosophy I normally tell my people: 1% of $1 billion is much more valuable than 100% of $1 million. So
absolutely.
The idea is really not to build $1 million business, aka everybody boss. So the idea is to build $100 billion business, whereby even your 0.001% becomes much more of a very strong value. So while we work, we analyze, we do. So our point is, how can we get this business to this, right? When we realize that our business is worth the $200 million, that gave us like a good push. Okay, you know what? Let's keep pushing. So at every point in time, your share value keep increasing. So that energy and motivation is key. But because I remember when we started going in that direction, I called my team and said, hey, listen, this is a very dangerous direction. If we say let's formalize exit clause, blah, 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 it is good. We can have it on paper. Our legal team always do their job. But once that becomes a bone of discussion, right, that is the beginning of our death. So we can have all these things, right? That's why if you are raising capital, at some point, if you want to raise external capital, the external finance, you probably must have done all these homeworks. You get my point? Because external people are less emotional. They don't really care.
But it's about the numbers.
Yes, at that early point whereby you are grinding, I think some words are better not said. That is my own recommendation.
I get your point. Actually, what you're saying, I see it. I see it now because I'm already feeling the kind of from outside. I see it. Ugo, what's your view of that?
Look, what I would say, right, is I tell people my word is stronger than my signature. That's why I'm not against people signing things. Even for me and my co-founders, I don't remember. It was just when we did. It was funny enough, like 5 or 6 years down the line. That's when we now did like the CAC, but we had like an MOU, like 5-6 years. Because it's not just me. Some people would also be worried. Oh, their children that are working with you. Some parents will tell their kids, even if it's not the people, they will tell them, do you have sick? Do you have anything backing you? And I don't blame them. Look, my former boss, he has felt the effect of maybe not signing deals and all that, right? But this is a conversation for another day. So the truth is, whatever works for you guys. My own is that as someone who is building, a business, you just need to be sure that the people who are working with you are down to go any length, you understand, with you. Because at the end of the day, like now, I'm talking to you. I'm not in Nigeria, but if something happens, if it's 12 a.m. here, I can pick up the phone, call these guys, right? I can call anybody anytime. They will respond. Once they see my call, they know that. Or one day, when they call me, whatever happens, we understand ourselves. So in fact, we've gotten to the point, when I was saying, I said that I started this because I wanted to make money. But now, at this point, I've realized that, there are problems you will face. Even money cannot solve those problems at the time. That you can be in a hot seat. They'll drop $1 million for you. That $1 million is not bothering you. Because that problem that is facing you, money will not solve it at that time. And that's what I've come to realize over time. Because you want to make money. Okay, you've now entered. There are problems in front of you now. You know that even if they give you $10 million, it will not solve that problem there. And you'll be like, look, it is now beyond the money. So you need people that can think that way. People that are not checking, how much am I exiting at this time and all that. It's not very easy. And I'm sure you see most of those types of people when you start business with them early on, not necessarily, because the older you get, when you're meeting people who are now married to do those guys, because they already have their problems, their children, you pay school fees, they have
more responsibility.
Yeah, they have more responsibility. So then, did we have any? It was even the other day that one of our co-founders, I think it was last year, the first person that got married. Out of how many years have we been doing business? All of us here, we are still, running around. That kind of thing. But the truth is that, you just need people that are committed, that can take that risk. Because if you're just doing that, when maybe at a certain point you can do deals with a certain people at a certain age, it's just better to just sign regular, we do business, take your share and go, not necessarily co-founding a business. But if you think you can, please go ahead. But I'll recommend most times when you're much younger, right, and you guys, you can afford to take risks without having, any without getting bothered about the repercussions and all that. Yeah, so that's just my take. But please, if you feel like signing something, because there are so many influences, trust me, external influences, Hakale. So yeah, so that'll be my take. Thank you.
About Zen Finance, what gap did you actually see? Gave a Melogi? Because I know that, fintech over the last 8 years, especially from like 2016, 17, everything video. But gave gap go on working for that pushed you drove you to build a solution for that. And at what point did you realize that this is more than an idea? This can actually scale.
Yeah, so what we wanted to do first for Zen was actually during just before COVID. So we just built an app. First, we tested the first version in UNN. We had finished school then, so we tested the first version just because then people would queue a lot at ATM machines. Even when I was in school, UNN then, once you come to, there's this First Bank ATM machine, the kind of line you see there. You go to another one, UPA line. I think there's Fidelity, plenty lines. So students will have to queue under hot sun, and Soka can be hot, right? During the day. We have to queue under hot sun just to get money. You see line of like 200 people, or let's say 100 people, 50 people, crazy stuff. Now, what did we want to solve? The first thing wasn't even crypto, funny enough. We just wanted a system like in America, you see all these Venmo, Zelle, and all these things. You don't need cash. You can just send money wallet to wallet. So that's what we wanted to solve. So we built that, and it was working. We're getting some traction, but we're just testing it in UNN though. And then when we got called by Binance because we were getting some traction, we now realized that that was 2019. It was working to some extent. Then the next thing we now wanted to do was we got called by Binance. Binance was doing crypto. But not just that they were doing crypto. Me, myself, I was already doing crypto, but I had not built a full-fledged... I had built a wallet, but not a full-fledged DeFi solution that could even give Nigerians more value apart from sending money. So during that COVID time, we were now seeing serious... That was when we had this major devaluation. That was the first phase. Naira lost a lot of value at that time. And a lot of people were now saying, if maybe I had my money in dollar, it will help me. But you see, using regular Naira, to access dollar is a big deal on its own. You have to go through banks, go through a lot. Regular people can't do it. So I was like, yes, we are doing sending of money, regular stuff, but can we allow people to access this dollar using crypto? And the answer was yes. So I now built out the smart contracts, the DeFi interface and everything, and provided the access for people. A lot of people, especially in Enugu then, because we did the first ads and all that in Enugu, because people were first checking, is this thing a scam? You won't blame people because people were not really so familiar with crypto at the time. But when a few people started using it, people now realize that their money is safe, no issue. So people would convert their Naira to US dollar, and they are earning interest in dollar, and that money is coming from decentralized finance, DeFi solutions, right? But they are on chain. But we just made the interface simple for them. In fact, the time I knew that I had done something really interesting or something that was working was when I was able to convince my own father, because my dad is an accountant, like I said earlier. and accountants for aka gone, the money doesn't leave their hand. It is impossible for you to collect money from my dad. It's impossible. You must know what you have done. My dad that told us for him to buy chicken for you when we were small, you must come first. All my brothers were getting chicken and bicycle. I'm actually like very stubborn. I didn't used to read as a child. I didn't used to read at all. So all my brothers are super smart, but me, prize giving day, they don't call my name. So when I knew that my dad was like, we'll go, and my dad is a very serious person because he also fought during this Biafra war thing. So he knows a thing or two about the military stuff. So he said, look, if you do not come first, no bicycle for you, no chicken. So that primary 5, I now took my studies seriously. I got first across board. Okay, it was one time I came second. That time I came second, he gave me chicken, no bicycle. Then when I came first, he now gave me the bicycle. So my dad is a very serious person. So when I could convince him to bring money to give me to protect his Naira, right? Naira savings, to bring it to Zen Finance, that was the point. In fact, I couldn't even convince him alone. He had to talk to one of my co-founders to show you that he didn't even fully trust me. Okay, so funny, right? He didn't even fully trust me. So he spoke to one of my co-founders. The guy was like, because I told you they were all living in my house with me. So he spoke to one of my co-founders, and the guy was like, no, daddy guy, you don't need to worry. Guy worrying. This thing Ugo is saying is what, So, but honestly, when he accessed that money 3 years ago, because he wanted to do a project in the village, he was so happy. He was like, we'll go see my money. Because at the time he accessed the money, converted the dollar back to Naira, the thing had done like about 4 times more. But yes, we are facing inflation, but he was able to protect his savings. So that's pretty much, the gap we saw. But now, we've taken it like to another level. We're not just doing that. We have crazy other stuff we're doing in crypto because look, like me and crypto, we are synonymous, So yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Even a prophet does not have honor in his home.
Honest, my brother.
But I mean, I remember the first time my dad was on her name. At some point, I was still on Yahoo. So I was laughing. So the thing is, family support. At the end of the day, yes, he has to support. One of the persons that supported every time. My brother trusts me so much that once I enter fire, he will enter fire. He will believe that me telling me to enter fire, there's something right there. So because of that, his support system, he also gave me, too much confidence. That's the only person I've ever asked money from. And he does not. So when you have this kind of support, it's different. So for us, we've always focused. Before we even got into education, it's not like I was super excited about education. Of course, my prowess is software. I've always known that we are going to build something really good. So my first company, I think I started it while in school. I had 20 co-founders, and after like 3 months, everybody disappeared. Only one person remained. that was that first learning curve. So it was funny. When you gather people na chitis, and I Feruz Atamit Pine. I want to start we want to change the world, all those things. At the end of the day, you realize that you had no it was funny. Everybody left. So, but when you are in school, I had this mindset that when I'm in school, let me try so many things and fail very quickly. Because when I leave school, I may not have so much opportunity to fail. I had that mindset. So I tried this one, try that one. But the point is, at every point in time, when I try, I even ran an agency then that I had I worked really hard then. At some point, I worked with even Whiskey that I helped them, all those their EME group. I did a lot of things, right? So, but the point is that my fallback have always been software. While I was in school, I was working on different projects. I remember one of my customers, Kids TV, then my first 1 million, the project I worked on. I was so happy. So since software have always been my fallback, I said...
Is Educare your first company?
No, which first company? Educare, but it's third. First one was Visionwares. Visionwares were been on LA. So I go to Ogui Road, this Eastern shop. I go there to buy software.
Near Stadium.
Yeah, near stadium. And with that, go to Hana software, go to Cheya, Jezielea. So I normally buy software in CDs, and then I'll sell it. So after trying to sell, next.
Hey, na-ekwuzikwana ihe a na Twitter space biko.
Na
Well, I was telling-
agbago mbọ.
Yes, now. Oh, yeah, well,
Ọ na ịgwa na ife njikwa onye kwụsị na bụ na nke a ndị abịa nwụrụ mmadụ.
and the rest carry a kid.
Maka piracy.
Ịghọta gị ebe na-aga.
That's it. So I normally buy bottle China CD. Who go and sell. So every time if from Anom Nogui Road, at some point my second name Bogui Road. So they normally laugh at me. You get one software, So I always sell 200 naira, 300 naira. So at some point, my friend Opata, we worked together to build one application, Robo Systems. It was an antivirus. Only one time Rilo Dinga was very popular on UNN. So we built that RoboSys. So that RoboSys was the only software that was catching that Rilo Dinga. I built a level the thing. I was selling it to 1,000 to 2,000. Then we were making money, less software in our school. So Opata was building, I was selling. So at some point, Opata became distracted. So these were experiments. Then we got the contract to build UNN portal from this woman, Christina Oriola. How did we lose the deal? From the UNN ICT unit. And when the Yoruba then, one Yoruba guy and one woman. We came in there. We were working on that project. So at some point, we wrote an email. So Christina, she's from New York, Wabia, UNN for that project. We wrote her, "Hi, Christina. As Noya feeling all the advanced." Christina got angry. "Why should you, who are you students to call me hi, Christina?" That was how we lost everything. So it's like just
Onye
like
si New York na-egbu dị mma.
I'm telling you,
Ka onye ime obodo.
I always remember her name, Christina Oriola. So that was how we lost it.
Support.
So that we thought we could, because one prof was helping us. One prof, Namet Math, was supporting us then. So we built it. It was even a desktop application that connected. Then internet, this whole website was still really new. So it was a desktop app that was connected. So that was like a school management system for UNN. I built for transcript, a lot of things. So that project died because of that email. But then I've always known our prowess. We continued building things. So at some point, as soon as I started getting businesses, so my Oga then on a Lagos team. So team will be sent. So me and team will talk 13 times every day. So in school, I didn't really have time. Immediately I'm finishing class, I want to go 13 missed calls from team. Either I'm finishing this project back to back. So team will get projects. Let's say we want a project 50 million, project 100,000. I will finish it. That was what I've been doing. But that 100,000 was like 100 million to me because cost of food then na Coke Villa, but 200 naira. Jollof rice, chicken with coke. So now I got Coke Villa 2 times every day. Now open my guys. So of course I'm a big boy. Who was 1 million at this Nakis TV project. Hey, in Sobode. So that was how even. So I was doing it. Even the day I got attention of Banky W them, what I did was that EMEA check in front of the website. I built the website for them and sent to them via email. Say, this is what I built for you. Immediately they saw it. They called me. They invited me to Lagos. And from there, I'm in Habidoroa. So I've been doing it. So at some point, when I finished school and everything, I just realized that. So Obodo, one of my friends, I think he sold his company then, Oya.com. I think we sold it to Wakana. One of our conversations one day, he told me that now business at the park eating you mili. If you really want to swim, your 2 legs will be in the water. You have one option. Either you survive or you survive. If you don't want to swim, just wait you go and look for a job. So that word have been sticked on me. So then I had so many projects. We built audit system for Ministry of Power. We built one Pronov project. Then
I got that team.
Mbobo's team. At that point, now this is insufficient because I had to start building my own team. So then I had to start building. So remember, I've already started gathering money. Then normally what I do is when Hana assets online like Google AdSense, I will register. Wise, I will register. I was just registering everywhere. Because of Akin Alabi, I used to follow him, Akin Alabi, and his online money making. So at the end of the day, when I just realized that I think it's important because remember, those my friends, we've already started thinking about many things. We started working. We knew that we had the prowess, right? So we built those We built the Pronov. We built the audit system for Ministry of Power. We built one for access management application for Lagos State. We have a subcontract and an HIN. So then we built school. So we had at the offer to build a school software for Lekki British School. At that point, I told my people, we cannot. I have looked at very successful software companies. I've never seen anyone that succeeds in contract. I think we should just pick one of the problems that we've tried to solve, then focus on it and
Build around it.
solve it so well that it may take us a little time, but if we succeed, we will succeed very well, and we can build a recurring revenue model. So contract better man 4 months time. So we said let's vote. So we had the options. Should we improve?
How many were you?
We were me, James, Henry, and Mona. We were 4.
4 partners.
Yeah, we were 4. 2 core partners, 1 yet to be a partner, and then 1 was just somebody that works with us.
Okay.
So we said let's do it. So my house was the workstation. Everybody works from my house. They live and work from my house. So see, okay, when we were at some point, we went for this ESPF hackathon. So when we went there, we worked on a project called Red Button. So we're trying to see how they can do broadband through wires, through this high tension. How we can combine that to get broadband. So we worked on the project. So at the end of the day, we didn't win. But my friend, the Kwapata, they're the one that won. They want to take analytics.
Oh, for Pata.
They
No,
won.
don't worry. Apata is a bad guy. Alex.
So we won. We won. At the end of the day, let's also come and work on.
I like that name.
This education project. So that was how we now worked on the first version of the application again.
That is Educare.
It was not even education. It was called WinX with Edu. This Educare was...
that's where your handle comes from.
Yes, that was where my handle comes from. WinX with was actually what I called those things. WinX with Edu. So at the end of the day, we now, when we are now doing all those things, so we just let's focus on education. Then we said let's build like because then I was also a cop and a Lekki British. So and then I acquired 30,000. I now told my head of IT then, I think I can do this thing. Because he didn't really know who I am. So he said I can do this thing. I said, well, if you can do it, try. Because a lot of companies have been coming. Nobody really met the expectation, right? Like 6 companies, my head, they rejected them. I said, let's build it. So when we built it, he was like, wow. I built all the first version, improved on it. Okay, that you people cannot sustain me now. I want you people to pay me 1.3 million. And other like a timely recurring fee. Because of course I normally watch a lot of Bill Gates story, how they started from buying that their flow data for $50,000 and before they started doing licensing. Yes. So I said, okay, let me use that model. So when I told him I was not even expecting success, he said, okay, it's fine. I want Miss Laja, that's the owner. So from 30,000, we went to 1.3 million as a copper. Hey, and see my people over. Now that this Lekki British have found this very helpful, let's build. So at that point, we also had some limited knowledge. Our method of deployment was we'll have to set up a new server, not DO, set up a new instances, need a deployer for one school. So one of the times we applied for 440 NG, Mona is this guy now go easy. Mona easy, boy. We applied for 440 NG. Made sure our distance. So easy was good. The guy only Abu Sugar. He was good. He was short. He has done one of the best startup pitches ever. He's the one that I've seen him do it. So at the end of the day, they linked us up, Chick and Moby. They linked us up with Boye and Amina. Then they were doing like those early investments. So we didn't get investment anyway, but that linking with Boye was helpful. So at the end of the day, GC Bank now approached us. Let us deploy for 20,000 of their schools. So we didn't understand about the vertical and horizontal scaling and some of this knowledge. So we had to go back and start reading again. So we now realized that our current architecture can never work. So we had to now drop the entire application. We now rebuilt it again, this time around with a purpose to scale. So we now have to even build it based on modular approach and those build some microservices. Here enable based on need. So when we now developed everything, so we now came back. So we started having back and forth with them. So and they now said, you know what, they want to buy it for 600 million. I say Amber that for the fact
Who wanted to buy it?
DGT. For the fact you people want to.
Okay. Let me get it clear. You built a solution for a company, and the company said, "I want to buy."
No, we built a solution. We already built a solution. The deal was deploy for our 20,000 schools. So our understanding of that deployment was we will have a licensing agreement. You can acquire licensing for the schools, right? So we had to now bring everything down, rebuild everything from scratch with the mindset now get licensing so that we can make a lot of money. And they now came and said no, that they now want to buy it. They have already pressed their maths. They now want to buy it for 600 million outright. You understand? And say Hamba. For the fact no value behind MS 600 million, what it means is that it is probably worth more than 10 times more. So at the end of the day, the deal didn't go through. They now had to steal because they have already promised some of their customers of like Hawkma, this school, Salvation Ministry, Port Harcourt, and some other customers of a software. So they still have to introduce us this time around, not based on the contractual agreement. They just introduced us based on external people. But the condition then was we open bank accounts with them. Unfortunately, they're still the one that we are banking with anyway. So when we
why is it unfortunate?
when we did it, they now had to give us their customers, instead of giving us some, right? So that helped us, right? We did this thing. So the deal didn't work, but we still later got something out of it. So we started building, right? But then in the process, I've already started, I was on Facebook. I made money on Facebook. At some point, I was making.
Alex, I was going to get to that. There's so much. I think your story is actually very interesting. I hope I can get you to do a recording of your story, maybe a video of a recording of your story where you take your time like this, because you're a good storyteller. But I was going to get to that, how this connected to, because the story I had, or the idea I had of you as an entrepreneur, was more like someone who grew up in the tech space and at some point pivoted to Facebook, content creation, generated some funding capital, and then went back to business. I didn't even see this part, and this part is actually key. But before you continue, I want to break this down a little bit. You built a company from culmination of the things you've been doing with different people, experiencing hiccups here and there, finding out their problems. How were you able to put these things together into building one solution? Was it together? Was it like wholesome from the beginning, or over the years that you've been able to expand it and make it more holistic? I mean, I'm talking about Educare now.
No, of course.
But before that,
there's absolutely no way we could have used it from the beginning.
What is Educare? What does Educare?
So Educare is like an ERP. I mean, Educare ERP part is an ERP. ERP is Enterprise Resource Planning Solution. Basically, for you to run a school, you have different components. You need, the student's record. You need to manage finance. You need to manage HR. You need to manage medical. You need to manage assignments. You need to manage lesson plans. All these things are what makes for you to run a very effective school. So, but the good thing now is having those tools all in one place makes it, make even more sense, right? So normally you have to have many tools, different places. So Educare now brought all these tools, brought all these tools in one place, and built it in such a way that is super flexible and super adaptable. So all the top schools in the country now that uses Educare, right? So they use Educare as their operating system. They rely on it every single day. You get? So that's basically how it works in the entire thing. I hope that makes sense.
How many schools are using Educare?
Currently, we have over 2,000 schools that uses Educare ERP.
Wow.
So there is a component of Educare, which is the exams. Now, that one will have more than 10 million people using it. But
to prepare for exams?
Yes, all those exams, SAT, WAEC, and all those other things.
So Educare caters to the schools in their administration and management.
Yeah,
also caters to the students.
Yes, just like SAP.
At what point did you find out that you need to build something for the students? And what
So
created
our
that?
research, that's one good thing about B2B. Our research was incremental. The first point was we needed to do reports. We did report, we introduced analysis. You want to sell a school, will say, you people don't have account. We had to go and invest in researching on understanding how finance works. We studied so deeply, we understood QuickBooks, we understood Zero, we understood Sage. We combined all the capabilities and then started building something that's highly adaptable for the space. So we understood that one. Then we built something super robust that all the software combined cannot beat. We built it and embedded it in the system. We needed to build an inventory management system. We did something super robust. Access management system, we built it. HR, we combined Orange HR, Web HR, Zoho HR. We combined all their capabilities, did something even more robust, and embedded it in the system. They need a medical. So many of these things will be suggestions. And aside from Imana, as they always say, the devil is in the details. Aside from getting all these pseudo components together, at the corridor, they use it. This is what they rely on every day. There's always this feedback. In every day on Educare, we launch at least 6 or 7 new updates every single day. So
Every day?
Every single day, yes. We've done it for the past 11 years. There's always something.
So when you do it, you inform your clients.
No, we have systems around that they know. So it depends. Okay. And so we push updates across different modules, sub-modules, sub-modules. It depends. There's always an improvement. Over time, people are started going deeply into data. So you kind of like students analysis data. The amount of data we analyze and mine in our system is too deep. That's why sometimes when I complain about the difference between a private school and a public school, the difference is too wide. You get? Then we started going into other data. Like, when I talked about gap analysis, this particular research, we worked on it with the Indian University of Cambridge. We started seeing how they started going deeply into how to use that. That thing we did in my village that we saw from failure to success. One of the key components was our exceptional use of data. And these are things that we give to those private schools that they pay premium. So for you to see where a child is actually having a gap, right? So all those things are purpose driven. So people always give us feedback, because they're giving us feedback not because they really love us. It's because we need to do it for them to make their process better. So those things that they are pushing on us is basically what makes our system better. We improve and improve and improve and improve. So at the end of the day, we've made those kind of high improvements that made the system way easy. So they see it now, like every new school that comes, always fall in love with it. But we keep reminding them that what you see today has been so much years of thousands and millions of contributions. Yes. So that what makes the system that powerful.
So basically, your system is driven. To an extent, your system's innovation is driven by feedback. And that's amazing how you guys are able to turn that complaint and frustration and everything people are saying, turn it into solutions. Like that's very resourceful. Do you think this is connected to your background, your identity as an Igbo person? Do you think that plays a role in shaping you?
And so I will tell you something. In this space, for instance, I am Igbo. So ideally, what we knew that we could give us an edge with excellence. We are not the only people. Sure, we are not even the first, and we are not the last. We are not the only people in this space. We had a lot of people. So one of the things I identified, people have been there before, but there's always this complaint of issues, bugs, failure. You buy software, you have more problem buying software, and all those things. So, and what I saw was the only edge I get in Webo, excellence. So everything we do, let it be so good that it will be as if you just went and bought an iPhone off the shelf. So that became the distinctive value. So while we analyze our testing mechanisms, our everything, we just try to make it so super tight, right? Originally, we say we don't need to have too many features, but let every single thing that we have on Educare work as it should be. No issues, no bugs, because for all those top schools, Grange, James Hope, Middlehall, and all those other plenty schools, for them to trust the system, it's not like they don't have money to buy the UK systems, right? Many of them were even using the UK and American system. But the problem they say is in Nigeria, they will work today, tomorrow it will not work, and then Nana Abari. So we knew that would be what will make us very distinct. So we focused so much on excellence. So that excellence now made it, we now broke tribal barriers, because some of our competitors will want to use tribe as a competition, right? But one thing that is common with businesses is that every business owner wants their business to do well. In as much as they understand you are from their tribe, they also want the best. So it's only when they go to government institutions that they become tribalistic. But those people that are tribalistic in government institutions come to their own business. You understand? They will always
They're looking for the best.
They will always use Educare. But both the governors, both the senators, many of them own schools, they will always use Educare. Whether it's Yoruba or Hausa or Kafanchan, they will always use Educare. You get? Because they are not using it because they love us, because we know nobody really loves you. The point is, you are the one that have the excellent solution that they will always need. So our own competition is to ensure, you understand, that we remain at our best. So I wouldn't, I'm not Maki, but that's because that's all we know. And that's
that's actually why I said that. I think it has a lot to do with your, not just your identity, but your DNA, the Igbo excellence in you. Let me throw the same thing to Ugo. Ugo, I'm going to connect this to money also. You mentioned something. The way you talk about what you do shows that you really go into details. But beyond that, I want you to tell me how this connects to your training, your upbringing, your Igbo-ness. Let me use that. Your Igbo-ness. That's Akonuche Igbo. And the resilient spirit, the resourcefulness of Oni Igbo. How did that play into your building your company?
Okay, so let me say something, right? Emma, sorry, but let me just go ahead with it. This is a good question. Why? Sorry, man, I'm out with my family people, but I'm not leaving more tonight as a Kobiko. But let me just go ahead. Emma, one thing, growing up as a child, my dad, like I mentioned, my dad is strict. I know Gubo, we farm. Like where my family house is now, that place used to be a farm. We are 4 boys. On Saturday, every Saturday, my dad, I'm the motherfucker in Ghana street. I say, Mr. Rononyana, he's soldiers. And me, I'm the last. So Lunaga, what are we going to the farm to do? You go and you farm. My father will be singing all these songs. Anna, good those days. He might go or something. I try you look at the thing. I got it. I say, something rose. You have more. There are many more arrows. There's a way he sings it, right? While our people used to farm in the plantation, those are slave trade people. Those are things that grandfathers, great grandfathers were singing for them. So I'm not Kubo, not that I'm not Kubo now. I met the thing. I am KG. He will teach you how to tie, what's it called? This the yam, right? And I want bajin at my house then. Let me tell you, my dad is, and we cut grasses, right? My dad is a very, very strong-willed person. And he taught us where we came, because we're from Ogidi in Anambra State. He taught us a lot about our background. He will tell you stories about the war, how at some point, during the Biafra war and everything. So they don't like wars again, because how bad it was. They don't support. That's why when I see people talk about war, I'm like, it's like people don't really know what happened during the Biafra war. Right? They don't support war. And that thing has taught me resilience, While I was so me and my uncle, he picked me up because we're going the family were going for something here in New York, a place called the Hamptons. So we were talking about like our background and everything. He's much older than me, And I was also telling him about business, a couple of things I may go. There are so many times my companies have come close to shutting down. I won't lie to you. It's like you are living in uncertainty. That's why at times when people come and tell me, "Oh, Ugo, you're successful," I look at them, I'm like, bro, there are so many things going through my mind, like so many bills to pay that you might not even know how will you sort this thing out. But we have that resilient spirit, that tenacity, that sort of obstinate spirit or stubbornness that comes from where we are. Do you understand? That comes from where we come from, and it's like, look, we're not going to give up no matter what it takes. Like me, there was a time during COVID that COVID hit everybody by like with as a surprise. We didn't have money to pay salaries like that. People that were earning like 500k, 400k, I stepped down their salary to 20,000. So you're happy because see a guy so. But look at this situation. It hit us by surprise. I got in MMSC business. We won't say that. I even told them, look, you can get side hustle, side job. I will help you write the code if you need help. The most important thing is let us keep the lights on. That's why when I see founders now, I'm not against any founder saying that they are shutting down. But I think most people now don't have thick skin. You know, people have different experiences. So, like I said, I'm not going to say this is how it should be for anybody. But let me tell you, I've invested in companies. I can tell you different companies in the Southeast, even in the West. I don't care about tribe and all those things. But I support our people 100%. Right? But one thing I can say is that you see people, they tell you, oh, I am short or down, Google. If I look at myself and where I come from, this thing of investment is even something that is new. Ndi Igbo are not known for, no raise ego. Loan, I na bank loan, bank actually. And I tell people, a lot of people from my family, my uncles, loan, they'll take loan from bank, 1 billion, 2 billion, 25% interest rate, and their horse when you see people like $10, people like Obi Jackson, Nest Oil, these people, or some Nnewi businessmen, my mom is from Nnewi, I know Nnewi people are like, I'm half Nnewi, half Oki. Let me tell you, if we're banking actually some people, I think in a bank it show her left, right, and center, also. Why? Because how do they go and business but they are still hustling and working till it. So that tenacity, I'm not buying at look at P2B, importation, exportation. This is what our people are known for. So when I look back at where I come from, even if I don't have like the new blockchain we launched, I told my team, guys, we're not doing any fundraising or whatever, right? Let's build it with the money we have. Then let's see how it goes. In all honesty, we need to have founders or people that are very strong-willed. That even if something is not working as expected, you keep at it. One time when we started Zen, Paystack and Flutter, we were using them to receive payment. In my payment made that period, they sent the other email that, we don't have license, so that they will block us. Within a few days, Flutter will blocked us first, so people could not fund or for Paystack. Even though Shola came to Binance, because we were doing Binance Incubator program then in VI. Even though Shola came, I told Shola, see the issue we're having. He said I should send email. After sending email, he said, look, they are under the law. You must provide a certain license. So they were going to shut us down in 7 days. One day, something just said, because I use other fintech apps and I see something, Providus Bank, Providus. I didn't really know Providus that much. So after Sunday service, I said to myself, Ugo, why don't you just go to this Providus Bank? So I just typed a letter, printed it, and moved. I was in my uncle's house then, printed it and moved. So Monday morning, they were going to shut us down like 3 days later. I drove into one Providus Bank. I'm not them in VI. Drove into the place, right? Told the receptionist, look, I'm looking for, I have a problem now. You don't even understand. Told them I have it. They said, what's the problem? I said, people are going to shut down my company. I need to see somebody that will help us. I see a lot of fintech companies are using this bank. How do I get to use this bank? They said, the one guy now saw me, said, hey man, that's because I'm a very tall person, right? So the guy was like, hey man, I like your height. I like your this thing. Where are you? What's the problem? Because it's not like I was raising voice, but I was not happy. So the guy now said, look, what do you need? I explained to him. He said, the man you're looking for, that they are not sure the man is around. I didn't even know that there was someone solving the problem. Next thing you know, someone came down. He was like, the guy is here. Introduced me to the guy. I told the guy on the spot, look, these people said they'll shut down my company and stop us from receiving payments. I need this cover. The guy said, okay. Show me. I came with my laptop. Everything was there. Our transaction folio. They saw everything. Said, okay. Do you know that in a couple of days, they gave us regulatory cover with Providus Bank? 10 kobo we did not pay. That's how to be, because at the time, like I said, my uncle is someone that, I have these guys that have influence. He said, go that CEO Providus Bank. Yeah, on a church and tell you don't know. And there are people you cannot be disturbing every time where I can't be waiting. I drove to the bank. When I got back home and I showed him, he was shocked. He was like, you've already? I said, yes. So, I think this our background has really shaped, especially someone like me. That's why people even say that I will go your energy is too. Let me tell you, you've not met my father, right? You don't know where I come from. You don't know the kind of things we've seen. All this. Let me tell you that somebody tells me no. Y Combinator has rejected our company 6 times until today. I met the CEO of Y Combinator in San Francisco in 2019. Pitched my startup then to him. He said, okay, organize the interview. Still, after that interview, they rejected us. I mean, rejection is nothing. If something doesn't work, okay, is it the end of life? No, we move. So, for me, that's the last thing. That's the most important thing I would like founders to leave. That's why I have different. If people see that you have different things you're doing, it's not that you're just chasing money from different angles. No, it's just that look, there are problems you're solving, and also if I believe that if I'm convinced that this thing makes sense to solve. It's only God that can make that thing not work. No matter what anybody said, that thing. Even if, I don't have that money, I'm doing it left. Like today, I do customer service. Other people want, I have staff, customer service, but I do go to our Telegram community, you see me there. Go to Twitter, you see me there. People are saying they have issues.
And I try with Red.
And let me tell you, I look at someone, there's one of the people that really encouraged me in 2023, P2B. I've never really been a crypto, someone he's out there for politics. But I started listening to P2B in 2023 much more. My dad worked under him in Anambra State, like my dad was this thing in Anambra State housing, right? So P2B was the governor at some point. My dad always speaks highly of. For my dad to speak highly of somebody, that person is mostly impeccable. Stay, because my dad, even if you keep 10 billion, he will not touch. And we learned that integrity from my father, right? So you see that this type of P2B that said he was taking radio, that he'll be doing radio presentation, people will have problem. He's going to radio stations, he's going to different places, talking to people as a governor, and he's a billionaire, and people know him for his business. And I said, look, who am I? This is somebody in our funnel. It's not like somebody that is far. And P2B is someone who is friends with like some people in my family. So it's not like these are people that are far away. You can verify his stuff. I said, look, if this man can do this thing, like I will continue. Because I've been doing it, but I even had more needs or a higher reason to say, no matter my level, I will still be talking to my customers. I'll still be doing whatever, no matter what it takes. So I think that's pretty much how my background and identity has helped. Thanks. Yeah.
Let me bring the second B of that question. You keep talking about your uncles who are rich. I assume probably billionaires and stuff. I know how it is in families where you're looking for funding for this idea that you have. How were you able to pull any kind of financial capital from them when you were starting or when you needed to seed? Or was it just basically you building from ground, making money from side hustle and then putting it together? How did you pull up your funding, especially for Zend and anything else you've done before you started making high?
Okay, let me say, I like this question. I like this question because my uncle was driving me just now and he knows he's one of them, right? But he's much younger. He's like 10 years older than me or 11 years. So, but the other of my uncles are like OGs in this space. Those ones are much older, like you're talking about 60 years and all that. So when I started this thing, tech, our people are what are tech like that. That's this software thing I name. Just like Alex said that his father cannot name Yahoo. A couple of my uncles were thinking about how they sound like this. So when I started this thing, but guess what? The thing actually, that's why I love my family. They are very supportive. So when I started the thing, because one of my uncles then wanted me to go and do masters and PhD. Even my dad wanted me to do masters and PhD. But one of my uncles was like, go, okay, big guy, my God, this obodo, you go something. I wasn't interested because I wanted to do my business. Then when I started, it was just my mom. In fact, then when we wanted to register the company, she was the one that gave me I think 70K for CAC then. Because when I finished from Lloyd, I didn't have a lot of money like that, but I had gotten a contract to build a school portal for a school. So that one was giving us small money, but it wasn't enough that much because we just started. And my mom actually gave me the first business advice. She said, Ugo, if you're going to build software for somebody because they don't know you or they've not used your software, do it for free first. Then bring them in. At times, you don't have license free trial. My mom doesn't use software. But I don't know where she got that. She just told me do that thing for free. So the school, I told them, look, because people have been pitching today, I told them, don't worry, I will do the thing for free for you for the first term. They were like, why? I said yes, and it's owned by a white woman. It's a primary school I went to, but now you went there doesn't mean people have been coming to pitch software. So I said okay. So I went there, told them. The woman said, okay, let them try for free. And that's how I got them in. And that thing really helped to. Actually, the first MacBook I bought, because the woman loved our work so much, she bought the computer for me. I was shocked. She told me, Ugo, how much is this laptop? A MacBook at that time was 2017. So that was how I started raising. So like I said, I didn't start startup stuff first though. No, all my main business, like Google stuff, that it was pure money. So all my family people, it was just my mom that gave me the money for CAC. But every other thing, none of my uncles understood what I was doing. So I had to wait. It was even like 3 years later when we started seeing money. One of my richest uncles called me one day. He said, Ugo, now the I laughed. Now, yeah, I'm seeing how that thing affected the man's family. His daughter, his first daughter, was supposed to study medicine because my mom is a professor of medicine in Nigeria, in Enugu. His first daughter wanted to study medicine because my mom, anything, they will call my mom across the entire family doctor. So they wanted the girl to be a doctor. But when they now saw what I was doing in tech, the girl's mom said, Ugo, what do you think about, Blossom? Because doing tech, I told them it's good that she should do it. She's even here on Twitter, right? She's on X as well. She talks a couple of times, So guess what? She actually just graduated this year. When she did her matric, I was there. That was like 4 years ago. She graduated from University of Illinois. She has already been hired by Microsoft. She did 2 internships during her work. She did 2 internships for Microsoft. Now she's a Microsoft staff and she started in August. I was blown away, but I was not surprised because while she was studying, I always tried to give her very hard tasks to do, very interesting things to read, and she also follows my stuff. So her parents are happy that she sort of took after me, but that her father is very wealthy, right? And these are the kinds of things that you see that things are now changing. So I sort of had an impact, but no, they did not give me money. No, in fact, even now, say they are now looking at me to even collect money from me. You understand? Maybe something is happening. And you know the way they do, they'll be looking for the people that they think have money in the family. And they say, Joe, Ugo, how far? What are you doing? And that's how Igbo people do. They will not come and they will want to put you under that pressure. And it helps you develop, actually. But it doesn't mean that you kill yourself. Because at times they have to tell them now. So you won't kill yourself. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Beautiful foundation. Beautiful foundation. I think that all these things that sometimes I hard work. Business this, business that, business terminologies. I know all those things as what makes a business succeed. But the truth is that there are other underlying elements that make it.
And what are the pattern? This reminds me. I remember the day I swore that I must succeed. Remember one time when I asked my dad, see daddy, people send that home ego. I said, I won't go to Lagos, but I'm not national. So that statement was. So I just realized that I have no hope. I have one option to succeed.
You're on your own.
So that was when, even all those times, it's not like we don't make money, but him and I, in a making money, you'll be spending it. So I needed something big. So I came on Facebook. So I can be at Facebook. So for some reasons, foundationally, I think I kind of understood human psychology. I keep studying Facebook just to see what people are doing. So I noticed that now, babies, because my friend Mepe, marriage is beautiful. I noticed that the engagement was high. So then I had to, because when I Opata family, I had very connected and so many things. So Mbapo Tricks, that's the younger brother. On the Facebook, then say, Efungu, JMP page, babies are beautiful, baby something. They notice him that babies, people like babies now on internet. I said, I'm happy, yeah. On a mail with Desmond Elliott and some other things, right? Now blogging. I'm saying, why am I even suggesting to him? Let me open it myself. I open Oya Bido post to babies. When I started posting babies, the first baby post to be the cousin, yeah, be America. Post to Oya, then started posting it. So noticing that my praise started growing from 1,000 to 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 10,000, 20, 100, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, 8.7 million. So that time, my page was the
Just
highest.
posting babies are beautiful. Just
Just
babies.
babies
Pictures.
picture. You
No
got
video.
Sometimes video. You got Facebook, then one other page again. I'm with babies are beautiful. Like maybe 2.something million followers. So we keep posting it. So, but then things were green. I started blogging. I opened Babies Daily News. I just write about babies. If I just write maybe Infoma news about babies, you just write about it. Then I signed up for Google AdSense. My first money earning at Google, but $1,065. Hey, I'm still getting a So I started posting. So baby blog next month, $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, $10,000. Hey, that's from Google. Then other bloggers will write me because they have in the ecosystem. I got man the top. Please help me share. In charge, 20,000 per post. So in them 5 posts per day, 100,000 every day. So when they none of their payroll, and I come like let's say 3-4 million every month. Aside from my own thousands of dollars, so I started making money. I was already hitting. Remember,
This was around what year?
This was around 2015, 16. Because here I need concurrently.
So while in the KG, I
was earning more than Linda.
You were making more than her.
So I had to. I was the one that helped in this Sun News Guardian. I was the one that helped them money. I had to call them now, Mr. Biola. I had to call them because you at Google, they normally call top earners. I once every year. We normally go to this hotel in Ikeja, this Kafada Hotel, Sheraton, Ikeja. They normally call us. So bring top earners like Sahara reporters. They'll call me, call Linda, call different people. So I met the Guardian. I had to tell them, let me help you people monetize my Sun News. Then I had to show them because one, like for instance, I have more Americans on my page. So a 1,000 American visits is much more useful than 100,000 Zimbabwean visits. And it's much more useful than 50,000 Nigerian visits. So I may have 10,000 people come on my site. That 10,000 can translate to, let's say, like $4,000. Your 10,000 may not even get you up to $50.
This is actually very, very interesting. I can see it was easy to see for me. Now I was step, okay? Step to go okay? If you can follow this, since one guy for that guy, it's not again. I wonder how the boy was looking at you when this money was rolling in.
No, the boy was making. Hey, the brother was funnily, yeah. So I was him, and I'm always liberal with information. I don't hide information. When I have something, I normally share it. I believe that. So my philosophy was Google gives $11 billion every year on AdSense. Nigeria earns a highly infinitesimal number. So if I have information, I should be able to share. But unfortunately, the rest of the people who know at the space don't like sharing. Opata at some point was making almost $160,000-$200,000 every month, and he made it consistently for like 2 years. That's Potrix. Oh my God, he'll be in a banana island. So that's how he did his stuff. You get? Even when I left, Onyibo, yes. Even when I left, because at some point when Facebook Facebook woke up one day, closed all my accounts.
Why?
I posted when they started the crackdown on clickbait. The truth of the matter is, blogging, you still do some bait anyway, but that one was not even bait, unfortunately. Bait people, it was there, just like what all those reporters in America, like all those news people. I see, like for example, it was a picture. Good Lord Jonathan. Let's for instance, so I wasn't doing it. How am I being on Shabo? It was a picture of Good Lord Jonathan. Maybe it was the one lady in a mango stereo of Fuma. You see what Good Lord Jonathan is doing. He can have a click, but that click in for ego. So at some point, when this Cambridge Analytica made that their issue with Donald Trump, remember that their issue with Donald Trump, where
yes.
they accused them. So Facebook started cracking down on bait. on anything like that. So at that point, he Jimmy boy that time I don't know. So I was
Because no more wine.
wine. Clickbait, even to today, most newspapers they have never clickbait. If they always misquote you to make you want to read
Get
it.
more
If you
attention.
just say the news, they still organic in here.
Yeah.
So, but at the end of the day, what they wanted for you to come, if you can add to put you everywhere. For you to be there, they have already made their money. Then you make a mistake, click. It depends on where you are clicking from and what you are clicking. You now make more money. So we are about CPC. That's cost per click.
Alex, nkata ipe na Ghana achom kai me ya ko bolo to a particular conversation, content creation on social media. I had it in mind to discuss this with you, but
many of the things I did then, I must stand now the invoke. Let me know.
One thing about you is that you always update yourself. I know you for that.
I try.
If I go pattern many times, all the what pattern at this face.
That's pottery. I share information. I put that one. Because there was a time show me something. I said no, I accuse him the thing, but I'm gonna clear $35,000 for something I accuse him in less than 1 hour.
Wow.
Bros, Ozugo. That, and he meant it. So that's actually how the space did. All the little bits.
Don't worry.
Somehow.
I get me. Just all I need to do. Anyway,
he will come. He will tell us generic things. Work hard and make it work. Don't worry.
Yes, I'm bugging a phone and you're buying off but I want us to do this
conversation about in a summative way. Basically, this is how some of these things work. So at the end of the day, I was earning money. So while I was making money from that, I was using it to support our development. Because I mean, at some point, those early times, my team size was 42. So I had to support it. Yeah, we were making money, but it wasn't enough, and then my cost of engineering and cost of people were high. So I had to focus on my social media. So I was using social media to make money and all those things.
And fund the business.
Yes, I was using it to fund it. So what I was also doing was, personally, I have very high discipline with money. So money doesn't move me, right? So even if I have 1 million, for instance, you can spend 300 million, and my 1 million probably hasn't even gone up to half. And I don't care. I don't need so much. You understand? So based on that, I was building up a lot of funds. I didn't even know that at some point this thing may close, but I just had this instinct. I was building. Even when I had offers to sell to Johnson & Johnson, then $26 million, I said no. I was thinking I'll make more. That one was one of my biggest mistakes. But however, I was just building, making money, keeping money until the fateful day when Facebook shut me down. And that day, they shut me down. Since that day till today, I've never come on Facebook as on a profile. So and then I had the money.
When
Facebook
closed you down, because you were funding your business from the money you were earning from content creation on Facebook. When Facebook closed you down, how were you able to continue pumping money into the business? Because at that time,
I had a lot of money. I was also making some revenue, but I had a lot of
money. You had savings.
Yeah, I have a lot of savings. I was also making some revenue, but then I told myself, you cannot build a business on another person's infrastructure.
Yeah.
The less the control you have, the better. Because the day they finally removed, it's not like that was the first day they removed. There was a day. Then I used to have Emeka Fibo. Emeka Fibo was their head. So when he should Emeka will write their team until that fateful day when they said no more. So that time I already had money, right? So I had to say, let me just focus on building this thing. So we will be making revenue, but it was not sufficient. So I started accelerating everything. So like we go say the Mputaze with Iron Red, where things were not working, I had to start pushing. I had money that could sustain me for at least the next 2 to 3 years without burnout, right?
Wow.
So I was already pushing, doing. So then we are in Lekki Phase 1. So we have always been in Lekki Phase 1 since.
One of the things I'm taking from this is that you could never have survived that shutdown if you didn't have financial discipline. If you were busy buying nice cars.
Shop, everybody now.
Exactly.
I didn't buy even one tire. It's not like
Opening on go Range Rover, they
no,
they
like I
go
all those things
nice shoes and all
I
my
didn't need it. It's not like I didn't have money to buy
It kind of call this story in
100 of them.
retrospect now. In case we make your business, you chose it for the year. But
Yeah.
I mean, this refers to the same thing we keep talking about, the Igbo spirit. That is spirit that I am whatever. That spirit that's helped us to survive.
My dad. See Lagos. Oh yeah, so I needed to also change the story. But at the end of the day, that thing worked. So remember, when I started accelerating things, our revenue started growing, started making money. At some point, I realized that I never used up to 6 months of what I needed to do. And so, I mean, we became afloat, everything now moved, we started making, and then our burn rate was not, our burn rate increase was relatively, let's say at 1-3%. Right, so our profitability ratio is very high.
Oh, your overhead is not high compared to
but they're all high. So they're all high.
That makes it easier.
I had to cut out even the whole green thing because I did all those inverter setups, solar setups very early.
On time.
Removed a lot of all those things. Then at some point I had to tell my team, let's focus on automations, even in our internal processes, because the more automations, the better efficiency, the less humans. So we had to, as we are doing things here. So I've always known this is the path.
All right, Alice, hang on. I have a question that is prompting me, but I want to hold myself. I'm entertain some ideas from Ugo. Ugo, for you, what does scaling smart mean in your own context, and how does that apply to you building your company? Do you think you are scaled?
No,
of course you.
I don't know. So I really don't think we've scaled. And why I'm saying I don't think we've scaled is because, in all honesty, what I see as scale, when I want to consider scale, I look at companies that operate like they're in the same industry as we are.
So you're saying it's relative.
Yeah, it depends on who exactly, right? So if someone is doing a business that is just maybe in a certain part of the country and you're there and based on other businesses, you're at par with them, then that's fine. But if I look at people I consider competitors, we're just barely scratching the surface. So it's like, look, you need that, and you need to be able to get out there. You need to do more. So if it's for scaling, I don't think so. But in terms of scaling smart, I mean, over the years we've been scaling. I mean, we've started in Nigeria. We've gone to, so for example, a company like YCrypt is in 35 countries, right? We have about we have our devices in about 35 countries. We're trying to do more
beyond Africa.
Yeah. 35 countries of the world, not in Africa, right? Yeah. So we're in 101 cities, 105 cities, right? So you look that these are devices operating in these places, right? And one of the things we now have a deal with a telco. It's going to deepen our spread, but then it also like would affect the bottom line. But you see, these are things that when we look at people in our should I say in that category, it's at this point where you have these types of contracts or deals that you now know that okay, yes, this business has started scaling. If you look at something like Zen, because we now have our own blockchain and a decentralized exchange, and we're looking at people like Binance. Binance is my investor, but look, we're looking at people like them. You're looking at okay, how do like the way crypto is now, the market cap is still about, let's say, $3.7 trillion. But there are people that are controlling this value. If you look at the video on my pinned tweet, that's the thing. There are people controlling this value. Most of them goes to Binance, goes to Coinbase in America, and all these guys. There's a company today, sorry to digress, Pump Fund, Americans, right? But they are Jews. These guys raised $600 million in 12 minutes this morning.
Wow.
This morning, right? $600 million in 12 minutes. Now, you always need to look at people at that level and be like, look, you need to do more. I don't look at, because companies that operate like we do in Nigeria are not a lot, right, in this vertical. So you need to think at that level. When people look at, is crypto and all this, no, I don't just look at crypto as crypto. I look at the market. How do you capture 5% of the market? How do you capture 10% of the market? These are things that we look at. And so when I can tell you that we have scaled, is when I can tell you, okay, look, our company controls 5% of the entire crypto market. Our company controls, let's say, 2% of the entire network traffic that flows through the telco in Nigeria, or 3% or 4%.
When you say 5% of the entire crypto market, are you talking about Nigerian market?
No, my brother. Crypto market is not Nigeria now. No, that's what I'm talking
5%.
I'm talking about the world. People that are doing it I'm telling you that Binance captures about 60% of the value. They don't have to.
Wow.
You know, these are things.
No,
these are things I keep talking about, and there's always something I like to tell my co-founders. I tell them, guys, look, at my team, why I respect guys like Tony Elumelu, Herbert Wigwe, God rest his soul, Femi Otedola, Jimovia. These guys are hustlers. These are guys that if they were in the finance space, they will carry crypto in their head. Traditional finance doesn't give you room to move globally within a short period of time. And because crypto is still, there are so many gray areas. That's what we like. People like us that are also like researchers, we sort of enjoy the chaos. And Igbo people are known to do, I know Logu Biafra. People are not understanding what is happening. So, you see first, and you try to decode the situation and align yourself. Before so for us, that's exactly what is going on. And you see in the crypto space is like that. But if I talk about the crypto space, phone of us also know an bossa. And when guys say now bossa seriously, like how you having this. The Chinese guys now also have about speed. So how do we catch up? That's pretty much, we're playing more like a catch up, but crypto.
It sounds like you're very fast. It sounds like your pace is really high. I don't know when you started, but Kisiaga.
No. All the Odumeje got singing spiritually and I'm speed. No, more both spiritually and physically and I'm speed. Look, let me, in all honesty, guys, you need to be fast in this world.
Yep.
You need to be fast in business.
Yep.
If you are not fast, you lose out. Yeah, that's pretty much.
So how do you balance between speed and sustainability?
Look, you need to be fast, and so let me explain something. Balance. It's more about, I think it's just about consistency and experience. So someone like me now, I lift weights too. Like I work out, I lift weights because it helps me mentally, right?
Yeah.
And then physically, but then I lift weights. If I lift weights before, your muscles will be tearing and adapting to the weight. That's how that's the design of the human body system, right? It tears, it adapts to the weight, so it grows bigger to adapt. Then you see that over the years, out of consistency, you build muscle mass, and with that, you can lift longer. You can actually also lift more weight, more reps, and over a longer period of time. Now, it's the same with business. It's the same with everything. Even your brain, if you're studying a lot, your brain develops over a certain, they call it like the neural networks, or the neurons of your brain revolve over or develop over a certain field that you're studying. I see that over the years it just comes like clockwork. It's like second nature. It's normal to you. That's the same thing with business. Ibaba speed on time. If you start to move quickly early on, right? If you try to develop a certain level of resilience early on, you realize that over time you become so fast and you're still balanced. But definitely this thing will throw you off. Trust me, I've been thrown off balance so many times. Like when I mean so many times. But yes, it's part of the training. All part of the training. All training kind of. We are constantly under training. So you need to keep moving. Over time, you like one of the things here. Anyway, maybe I won't go too much. But one of the things I'll just say is, look, you just need to. One thing I want to say is, be ready to accept anything as it comes. Like take it as it comes. Like on one, I think it was Priscilla that was saying something, navigating the Nigerian landscape, where you wake up, one policy will destroy everything. You wake up something. Ycrypt, I wrote that tweet one day. There was one day we woke up, the first version of Ycrypt we built was on phone. We woke up one day, received email from Apple that, we are accessing their operating system in a way that we are not supposed to. I was like, what? After like a month or 2 months, they revoked our access and we couldn't do our stuff. Android just made an upgrade. We basically didn't have a company for about 6 months to a year. It was insane. After acquiring about 1,000 users, we had to go back to that day. One day, I was like, does it mean that all these things we built, they are gone? I now said, that was the day that I would never create my infrastructure on somebody else's system. So I would always build something I can control from ground up. Even if I depend on somebody, I'll know that it's not like I'm it's a must. I must use this person. I can always move out across board. And that's why we now went ahead to rebuild Wycliffe from ground up, do the hardware design, do the operating system, because these guys kicked us out. And actually, it was a disappointment that turned to a blessing. So because anything can happen at any, and not just Nigeria. You can wake up, a big company like Facebook will be like, just like they did to Alex, you're gone and you're gone. Keep it game, man.
I'll throw one more question or two to you before you go.
Okay.
All right, it's still the Money Show, Macau Mandibo. This is where we gather from all over the world to elevate vital conversations, rub minds, share ideas, and explore solutions that apply to our well-being, collectively, especially. And tonight we're talking about smart scaling, decoding tech startup journey in Nigeria. And it's been with Ugochukwu Arono and Alex on here. Beautiful conversation. I think it's time for us to open up the speaker corner and bring in speakers. So if you would like to engage our speakers before they leave, please request the mic quickly and come in. If you have any questions, it's going to be questions, specifically questions, and you have to be brief. Like I said earlier, when you grab the mic, keep it on mute. When you're speaking, go straight to the point. No long story. When you talk about the issue, focus on the conversation. Don't derail the conversation. Don't ask any question outside this conversation. Respect the speakers, respect the guests, respect yourself, respect the audience. Avoid noisy surrounding so we don't have any problems hearing you clearly. If you don't want to come on the speaker corner but you have questions, you can also drop it on the comment section or send us a DM. We will bring up the question to the speakers, our guests. All right, I have two more questions, but maybe I should just allow one question from the speakers, then I'll drop the question to you. Ugochukwu. Who was the first? I think it was Rough Coin. Rough Coin. I'm going to Rough Coin and get one back. That song, I'm going to play that song now. It's my favorite Igbo rap song. I love that song so much. I love that song. It's very old, but awesome. Very, very meaningful. Rough Coin.
Yeah, Rough Crown, actually. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Alex. Good evening, Ugo. This has been very wonderful. So for people like me, I want to ask Ugo and Alex, you guys have a whole lot to share with the young Nigerian youths. And for me, I'm asking. So I have a 14-year-old that is in SS2, and they're about to go for long vacation. I've just been cracking my brain because Kedeben send this guy. Let him just go and mingle with like minds. So my question is, anything that you guys said, physical or virtual, that young boys at that level can always join. Because and this meeting has been wow for me. Thank you very much, Kuni. Thank you so very much for setting this up. I followed all of you actually. Thank you. Because forgive me. Kunye, thank you so very much. Yes, Alex, Ugo, Bikon. Anyhow, thanks.
Ugo,
all right, let's take one more question before you respond. One more question. I think I'm waiting for you to speak.
All right. Good evening, all. Good evening.
Good evening.
Please, I'm only from here because if you need to go, Mr. Alex, thank you so much. Kunle, thank you so much. Brugo, thank you so much. Just something like my senior brother. Because I have a question. If you need to have a go, and like this, now I'm reflecting on everything. Like, I have a question for Mr. Alex, and my question is this: if you should lose everything now, what will be the first thing you will do to rebuild? Like, if you should lose everything now, like I heard your Facebook, I even went online to search on your babies are beautiful, and what I'm seeing there is massive. I'm asking the question: if you should lose everything now, what would you do first to rebuild? Thank you so much. I think that's what I've been ruminating on.
All right, let's start from the first one. Ugo, do you want to respond to that?
I'll recommend Digital Dreams and Genesis Tech Hub Academy. So Genesis name of former Digital Dreams name of former. So you can Google both and reach out to them. These are guys in practical stuff. They also have something for kids, so kiddies programs. I'm not a scholarship, and I support to go I think 1 or 2 of their scholarships in the past. These are things I want to go. So reach out to them. These are places young people can go to and interact with like minds. And I'm happy now Enugu. Enugu is growing. I really just wish we can keep doing much more. But yeah, Enugu is great for the boy.
Then we'll go in time, try and make organize a hackathon for those age groups.
God bless you. God bless you.
So that hackathon now, I'm gonna get somewhere like I'm on with space no feel soon. My man somewhere like for that co-working space. I'm gonna get a band. So that's because the idea is to start building that ecosystem and friendship.
Yes,
because
Ugo,
yeah?
Does this have much to do with the Enugu Tech Fest that you and your partners organized recently?
It was done by the state government actually, and they did a good job. I won't lie. I know
an excellent job actually.
It's good to give honor to whom honor is due. They did a good job. The commissioner for science and tech, Prince Lawrence, the guy doesn't act as a commissioner. He's different. He's so humble. He will keep working at their office. You know, I wonder how commissioner just boy and a phone. And so he wants something to work, and he made it work. So we just had like another section and all, and we spoke even
like a facilitator.
And Alex also came. It was good, but it was done by the government. Honestly, they did a great job there, and they're also planning
that commissioner of tech. I really like that man. I've never met him before, but I met him that day. I really, really like that man. I spoke to him, and I could see that yes, he really kind of with his own vision. I think this is actually the first time commissioner for tech.
Exactly.
I really.
Can add one more question to go because of his time. He said, what has been your approach to hiring and building teams?
Hey, look, there's something I'll say now. People might think that culturally, everybody see it got quite spiritual. In a moment, I know why I keep saying, man, I'm more what I go ahead. So spirituality is quite important. My candidate na hard it go depend on ABC. Magana to bomb in a different location. So you got make easy what I go do in one place, So, but yeah, one thing I'll tell you about hiring is when I try to hire people, somehow over the years, I have not necessarily hired. We have basically attracted people. I don't know how to say it. Over the years, and me, I train people. So why Bido? Of course, I'm not going to hire. So all the guys, I have staff that have worked with me now for 9 years. These guys are loyal, they are working, they've even set up some of their own things, and I'm supporting in some of them. I am making invest. So I run my business. That's how I run my business. I don't believe in no. If you want to start something, tell me first. I've funded a couple of my guys' businesses, and they are myself, and they still work for me. In fact, some of the projects I'm even promoting heavily now, I have some of my staff that co-founded the companies, and they're still working for us. That's how I operate. So, but over the years, when we attract people, and when we attract these people, they're like, oh, I like this thing you are doing. They come, they join. But then, if I'm to hire somebody, there's a way I operate. I don't do evaluation of let's say team evaluation. No. Because we are not too big like that. I think overall staff strength across our entire organization, maybe around 100 people. It was higher before, but we cut down because you need to be much more efficient. But then one thing we have done is I assess people every day. Get time they join the meeting. Get the kind of thing, like even on the streets, anywhere I see my assessment is happening across board, and that way it's easier for me to gauge the kind of people I work with. But yeah, we have a HR department. We have series of people that review people, especially technical people, when we hire them to make sure that they can do that thing they said they will do, because we've been hammered so many times where you hire somebody on which your manager CV or put your bone on where a home as a child on a man moloko. Or this guy doesn't know anything, or this person doesn't know anything. So we need to
now package.
So I'm a very, very technical person. So now put a question or na assess all on the mother. Always some so I'm a very, very technical person. So now put a question or na assess all on the mother. Always some things on a loma for quickly. If you know that this person is supposed to have this type of skill and only area. But another thing I'm going to organization that has helped us is because now I don't even hire people. Madonna saying I need job. I can't even hire on my own unless only are the very like people who work with me. Because I still write code, I review code, I assess things. So there are special, I wouldn't say use the word special, but there are people that work directly with me on certain projects. And how I do is I pick first from our companies. If I see that some people there are doing well, I can pick. But if I see that there is a need to get somebody new, I now tell HR, or if there are people that are already in the pipeline, I need this kind of person I need. And maybe I will interview you myself. But some of my senior engineers now even they hire on their own. How do they do it? They just say, oh, I need somebody. They'll prepare the test. They'll go through. People are somewhat autonomous. In my organization, we run a flat system. So people can run on their own. They can be like, I want to hire XYZ. No problem. Once we have the money to pay, go ahead and hire the person. Money hire, and no problem, don't work again. So some of our senior devs, they made an internship for like 5 people, 10 people, 20 people. Not that they are working for, but they are learning under them. And from that, those people eventually, if they become good enough and we need to fill up a space, we can just pick from that pool. So the way we designed our organization, not it will be different because imago each culture ABC check inside the man our people there's this in Rufai and FN and Arise TV, he'll tell you culture would eat strategy for breakfast. It's the truth. In as much as they get spreadsheet in somewhere like Enugu Madogaga wedding, not Enugu in Nigeria, Agaga no burial. Somebody's mother we are seeing and calls on and all these things. You might not see those things in the West. So you need to allow your business to morph or to sort of arrange itself to support that type of culture, but still be efficient. And that's what we have done over the years, and we're still improving. But as we are going to different countries, for example, like I have like 1 or 2 developers that work from China, depending on stuff that we need to do. We've also had guys review things from Europe. Have guys work from America. Like now I'm in the US, we're assessing a couple of things and a couple of people and all that. So you can adjust to based on everything. Because our core team in Nigeria, I adjust to quite based on that because you need those people to be able to contribute, knowing that look, America, because in MS software doesn't mean that rigidly. You need to adjust to fit that. So like I said, my company, a group of companies is more like this Eba Boy system where guys say more, but they retain, but they can start their thing. But I always tell them, guys, look, your work cannot interfere with my business. So I draw my line there. And these guys get compensation beyond salary, like all these employee stock option payouts and all that. If the going is good, everybody is happy. Mana if SCBK only obuna makwana, we have to adjust. In fact, more than a PhD to them, when we find them, say only obuna, unumanu need the wet ego. Watakwa ego hustle on lebena afia no because afia gabala in Julu. That's how honestly I have that kind of relationship with my staff. Do you understand? Actually, people who have been with me for a long time. Like I said, Emogom staff will go to for 9 years. What I go see for those people, some of them are no good in yourself. For those people they are beyond just people working for you. You're building life together with them. So that's how I do my hiring, and that's how we're able to get sustained. Yeah.
One question, Choy. I'm sorry, Alex. I'm sorry also to the speakers. I just want to see that we get all that we can get from Ugo before he leaves. In fact, he has actually overshot based on what he told me he's going to give us as per time. But I want to ask this question: what's your toughest? You and your partners, you and your co-founder. What was your toughest moment as founders, and how did you survive it?
I already mentioned it was during COVID time. I told you now. COVID hit us so hard. I am a if you say business in schools, everything is shut down. People pay. We basically didn't have any money like that. We had to tell guys, okay, this is what we have. We'll manage one. Like I said, then I have like 500,000. Then has stipend 20,000 naira. I know it might sound strange, But in all honesty, one thing I love about that period is none of my staff left. I will tell you, none resigned because of that. Honestly, none left. Because the thing is, I'm always very transparent with my people, and I trust people easily. In what I go, so, but because of level I look to go in business and all that, you have to be careful. But I still trust people a lot, and somehow I've returned that same favor. Although my co-founder be like, "Go in and trust them, but the truth is that you need to trust people to be able to rise to a certain level. Like now, I'm in the US. I've been here for like 2 weeks now. The amount of intros, the amount of people that are going to be building, some have even set up things to build on our systems. And why? Because of relationship I've built over the years. So I'll be like, Ugo, you're here, meet this guy. The guy is already, trust. And those people just trust you. And in Magoma the Merana referral, people can easily trust you. So that's the kind of hand I give to people. So, but yeah, COVID time was really the toughest time. Honestly speaking, it was so hard.
You did mention something about bodybuilding. I know that's one of the ways to build mental strength.
I lift weights now.
I'm going to go a little personal. I think everybody who is successful as a tech, even any other field, anybody who is successful, who have achieved success in a short time, quick success in a short time, were personal habits. And those personal habits, they are like a routine. Like, what does your morning look like?
My routine is standard. In fact, at times I've been accused of being like, OCD, right? Being on that particular autism spectrum. But yeah, my routine is straightforward, right? Morning, of course, if I wake up, I pray then. But I wake up by 4 a.m. every morning because I'm an early sleep. I don't like, once it is 9:30, 10. Madonna at home my phone. I am Mechi because I sleep by 9:30 or 10. I wake up by 4 a.m. every day. Then because I have to, at times I have people in different, we have people in different parts of the world. So in the Asia, in the North China, we can receive message so you can reply and all that. So and I also read, so depending on the type of or area I know, like I do a lot of research, I study a lot of things. So I also read very well early in the morning. Then I go to lifts, maybe 5:30, 6. I go to I have my gym in my homes. I don't go to public gyms except I'm out of the country because of timing. Imagoka, Nigeria, the map by 5 a.m. Choba gym so I always set up a gym in my house, and it's not a lot.
And then so agents of darkness.
I set up my gym in my house, so I just go back, I get to work, I go to the office. So pretty much that's it. If I don't, so I'm not someone, I'm not against this, but I'm not someone that I don't go to. Before you see me in a club, it's hard. Even so, I have a business partnership with someone like Obi Kubana. Obi even knows that I don't go to the club, although he's an entertainment guy and all that. Unless something very critical. A lot of people 9:30 or 10, he's already off. So I have that routine, and honestly it helps. So now I'm in the US, jet lag but because I always wake up by 4, it helps because Nigeria stand up now office the video by 9 a.m. And what I go on my critical meetings them by 8, but for this period I had to tell them to move it to 4 p.m. Nigerian time. But stand up the video by 9, which is where I am in New York, is 5 hours. So once I'm waking up, I'm already entering the meeting. But because of it's not something I'm doing for a long time. Then when I finish, I now try to do my morning routine. But yeah, routines are a must. I would say a must, but the routines are something that it helps to sort of help me position and just have a sort of plan for myself, pretty much. Yeah.
Awesome. Before you go, one advice.
Okay.
Let me
Please, I have a question for you before you go. I beg.
Okay, ask your question. Let's take your question. Go ahead.
All right. Ekene ụmụ Igbo, kule.
I'm not this opportunity, but guys, would you just give me an emoji if you should allow Amobi to ask direct his question to let's take your permission, guys. Give me Indian on a speaker corner. If you give me a thumbs up, I'll allow him. That's very gracious of you. All right, Amobi Ganiru. Our democracy kind of.
Thank you, Kule. You are doing a nice job. I commend you a lot, and may the universe bless you and they give you more energy to continue pushing this. It's really giving a lot of energy to some of us that is building stuffs. And I appreciate Mr. Alex and Mr. Gochuku. Alex, you have a lot of experience, which somebody.
Time now, your question straight.
No, I all the protocols observed. Okay, Mr. Gochuku and Mr. Alex, I have this question for you guys. Bikono, unu nwekwara room for mentorship, because people like us that is building stuffs always need people to run to for occasions and all that. Better na Twitter, some of the you try to send messages and email, you can't reach. Even since last week and last 2 weeks, I've been sending message to Mr. Alex. You have not, I don't know. By the reason of this space, can you guys open your DM for me, I beg? That is
Okay,
just
sorry,
my question.
Biko can answer real quick. I'm Obi. Emma Alpha de Cap and Gidi. I'm Gidi. But yeah, well, let me just say real quick. If a mentorship or draw is not easy. You know, on my space, Alex, I think a couple of months ago, I'll be late last year or something. I said, Imagana say, oh, na ka anyi wane enwe to efe na enyelum doors aka. We do that a lot. Manimago, oboro ife, Alex is built differently. Otu osi anu oga na anu, ono sa this institution ogo, ono sande nko ogo. I'm like, I can't look. I don't know where he gets the energy from, but it's another. So you can imagine somebody like that. He calls everybody out. Then you can imagine someone like that. You can message. It's almost impossible because the kind of battles there are so many other people on there. What you can do is to just look at his life. So I'll tell you, one of my uncle on a motor, one of his friends, Sebo, someone at Google, Waymo and all that, the founder of early founder of Waymo. So now I'm going back at the guy. So one of my portfolio companies in invest, the guy in Aaron on a drone. So when sending the guy picture the person, my uncle I see an uncle, my uncle's friend, that he should send me everything they are doing so I can forward to the guy. He was like, this is my mentor. So him I go, my uncle, see I know you mentor. My uncle said, oh wow, let me call him. So it means he knows the guy. So see uncle about mentor na Nigeria about na iga amonyo obuna na mentor obuna you are
role model.
It's our own conversation. Mentor to us a mentor DJ. So see like mo akita na for Elon Musk as my mentor and role model. And when full not be Elon Musk, so why I'm saying this, people. If you're looking at Alex, he might not have the time to respond. Doesn't mean that he's not helping a lot of people. Like what he did with Jam, for me, is just phenomenal. Like I can never imagine that thing. If thousands of people on your go to Laka, he's already a role model or a mentor to these people without necessarily coming to reply their message. So the best thing he can be, if you go see India, he be one doge like that. Or to anyone see funding Jesus on the or any other thing to akisi live by faith now. Okay, if we phone you emulate and you believe that is the right thing to do. So for me, that's how I would put it for this mentorship, because a lot of people are saying, can you be my mentor? Do you know I barely even have any time to do anything. So it's hard, Amobi. So just look at their lifestyle and try to
go another thing you add there. Now Amobi, what another thing you add there. I think to be frank, I'm not even send a message. I think I have probably almost 10,000 messages. So, and of course, I can't even, before I normally read, I decide if I will accept to respond. But these days, all is impracticable. But the point is, on a in your room data from a point, like he may go some hole. Let's say with something in our work on, and then with a particular place, maybe I'm going to glitch. Then the thing they clear, and maybe key them. I'm just resting and I'll just reading it for that particular thing. It's highly likely that I'll be prompted to respond back. You understand? But Obuhana, like this normal generic please, I want you to mentor me. I wouldn't even remember that I read your message, even if I did. You understand? Because all the generic, and probably that same thing is sending, man, we're going like another 500 people sending the message. So, but it is very clear. So you get to your homework, we do some things in and we a projection, we being already. So you your question or be very direct. Maybe when I'm able to engage with you multiple times, probably then I build was a relationship. At that point, maybe I will just send you number, then we can now start talking. Man or bro waste of energy. But Obu Hana and mentor me. I think that's for me, that's how I see that it works. Because even who go as busy as he is, almost there's a particular level man or something. He wrote to go. I was trying to work on this, but then when this glitch, is there anybody you can refer me to assist? Or go Hania. He may not directly want to help you, but he can easily call somebody because help this person. But there's already a direction. But if you go, please, I want you to mentor me. I'm sure he will not respond. So that's what I will recommend. And I think the same thing works for almost everybody.
Exactly. One, I talk with Elon Musk for mentorship. No, but let me tell you another thing. I would like, but I'm gonna do one more thing. Give me if I name on Twitter, like this in Alex is the best. Get to a certain level, but always try to be seen. Like now, I'm trying to be much more out there on social media, right? Because of things we're selling. I reply a lot of people. There are so many guys I'm trying to pitch to. SND go her DM so many times. I reply, you know. Man, I have post to Twitter, get by reply, post something, they will now see, this guy has actually done something, you know. I will now send them a DM. It has worked like 5 times, and there are people I wanted to speak to. I couldn't get them on the DM. I now went to their comments, and I was writing if I name. They saw the thing and be like, oh wow. They now put, I'm telling you,
very true. It's just like it's true.
Check my replies.
It's true. When I have teachers lead something about and I don't think the person has written me before, but any day this person them, I must respond. Because I always read the person's comments. And the person always
That's true, sir. That's true, sir. That's true, sir. I know.
Yes. Your comment always makes sense. There's
Thank you, sir. Thank
another
you,
person momentous. I read their thought processes, right? And then one other person, I can't remember the person's name. So that didn't open a work, subconsciously work for me.
Not the
feature. Enjoy the man of God. Feature.
Nah, you know, now, put him through to be seen now. Yeah, control now. Where you put him through to be seen in education. I followed Mr. Lex. I've seen his education.
In education.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We can't cut for another time. We will have that conversation. But Ugo, last one. I promise. Only with them now, I have taken more time than we agreed. At the same time, only with them now, you have so much to give to this conversation, but we can't do that. Maybe we'll have another conversation sometime later. But I want to turn it into a question.
Okay.
What is the one founder's myth in Nigeria? What one myth for Nigeria for founders, especially in the area of tech, that people should stop believing?
Founders in Wenigo. You know, people think founders have a lot of money. Let me tell you, founders are not. So, Alex said that, you know, Obro not battery ego. But as he was making the money, he was spending it. I tell you at times, if I look at my expenses in a month, in saying that, okay, man, I'm on a Mercedes shop. I can just be buying G-Wagon. One of my co-founders are like, yeah, one day. You see, I guys, man, I got TC in a Mercedes shop, Peter. I go G-Wagon, go in car, a bullet talk of the town. But you see, in all honesty, it means that you don't know what it takes. You sacrifice so much. Founding, it's a pain. There's something Elon Musk said. He said that starting a company is like eating glass, right? And looking into the abyss. It is everything difficult. Even this guy, what's his name? The co-founder of NVIDIA, right? How can I forget this guy's name? The co-founder of NVIDIA was like, he wishes you, like he was talking to some guys from Stanford, right? And he told them, I wish you pain and suffering, right? So people might feel like, okay, this thing is a bad wish, but let me tell you, starting a company is all about pain and suffering. At times, even till today, at times I can wake up in the middle of the night and I'll be afraid. Trepidation, like fear. You don't know where that fear is coming from. You wake up, you're just afraid that, what if this thing doesn't work? I don't know if it's founders have to deal with a lot of nightmares. In the marriage, it's all good and all that. So, but yeah, because people have this misconception that founders are always rich. That's not the case, right? It's not the case, and it takes time to make this money or to make anything really work. I think that's my own. That's where I'll end. Thank you.
Oh, great. It's been a joy. Honestly, it's a privilege to have been able to bring you to this conversation. It's an honor to be able to hear and learn from you, to have you come here and share all that you have been sharing over the last 2.5 hours. Wow. This is dedicated to you. Honestly, this is the best.
Thank you. I'm telling you.
In Nigeria,
you killed it.
All right.
You killed it. Thank you so much, guys.
I'm telling you. Go. All right. Thank you so much for being part of this. Bless you. Okay. The show goes on. We just had to do that because only the April. If I know I'm going to but Alex is still here, and we'll go into some more details now on this show. Maybe another 30 minutes and then we'll close. I hope so. Makana, Alex takes his time to break things down, to explain, and sometimes he uses stories to give you instances and references. That helps you to gain more understanding. But let's go back to the questions now. Ifeanyi.
Thank you very much, Kunle Media. What you guys have shared today is very, very insightful and eye-opening. My name is Ifeanyi. I stay in Lagos, and I and my team, we've been able to develop a product to help assessment bodies improve their performance and then be able to track performance to kind of help policy and updates and all that. I'm trying to find out because we are still at the seed stage. We've gotten like product market fit already with some schools already in Edo State. So we are thinking to scale it to government so we can capture those big exam bodies. So my question is directed to Alex Onya. How would you advise we go approach government? How would you, because we've been trying to do that, but it seems like it's tricky. How would you?
How did you come about the problem?
The problem?
That you solved. How did you come about it?
Oh, okay. We interviewed a couple of people, and I actually have noticed it while we were growing up from our secondary school and all that. So it's a couple of things put together that got it to that point. First of all, I had an opportunity to travel to Japan, and my transcript was withheld by my school for some reasons. So by the time they resolved it, I missed the opportunity. That was one of them. The other one was about what they call it again, helping identify people who had like challenges schooling. So the solution has like a way to kind of like extrapolate and see and get insights from assessment, and then be able to use that to kind of like project and solve problem, and then remove human interactions or interface, so you can collate and put things together and then get your final scores, basically.
Okay, so I want to ask you a question. What is your expertise? You are good in engineering, software, right?
I'm good in product design.
Okay, but you have a team that are good in development and everything, have you?
Yeah. In-house, everybody.
Okay, good. I think you're constant here with your team. The most valuable asset here with your team. So why I asked you that question, how do you come about the idea, is this. Usually, I strongly believe that ideas that come from inside to outside usually have a much higher chance of succeeding. Let's say, for instance, you used to work with a ministry or with a company, and while you were there, you were working on this kind of project and you were solving it for organizations, right?
Yeah.
And you decided to now build something much bigger. The propensity to succeed with just that product is much higher, right?
Yeah.
Than when you just think you saw something from the outside. Like they always say, the devil is in the details. And most of the time, you never know the details from the outside. So what I'm saying is that your team, your asset is that, what they call pivoting.
Yeah.
you may end up pivoting to a much bigger or better problem. That doesn't mean this problem is not big and better, right? But I also don't want you to spend so much of your years trying to experiment something that you are not sure if it's going to work. Anything that has to do with government contract, they take time. I don't know if you've done it before. It takes a whole lot of time, and a lot of intricacies, right? Being a subcontractor is much easier than being a contractor, right? So what I'm saying is, your team be your biggest asset. Guide it with your life. Then be open, and then as you experiment, open your minds to more problems, and trying to see how you can use your expertise to identify, like maybe somebody can approach you to solve a problem, right? It can even be within the organization. Once you solve it with your expertise, you can build that solution out, build a business out of it. I don't know if you get me.
Yeah, I get it clearly.
So that's what I would recommend, because I have seen this whole idea of trying to build, different people try to build so many things, but most of the time when you ask, the person is not coming from inside. So sometimes they struggle, when you build a solution, try to push it to the market, it always comes with a lot of pressure, right? But if a market demands a solution and you build it for them, it always goes very quickly.
Yeah.
How do you know? This is where some of extra work.
I don't want to kind of like pour everything out online and all that. That's how I'm kind of being very like.
There's a brief, but what will happen is maybe I'll just write me. I'll probably we'll create a time to have a session. Let me understand it better.
Oh,
but
all right.
Yeah, on the surface, that's basically what I'm sharing with you. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Winsos, go for it. Have you spoken before, Mr. Winsos?
I've spoken before, but my question hasn't been handled. I asked a question before. Like I was asking Mr. Les, because one of the problem I'm really passing through and I'm really facing now is the fact that I don't want to build something and then I end up losing everything. So that was the reason why I asked the question I asked. If I'm to lose everything, or if you are to lose everything, I'm speaking directly to Mr. Lex. If you are to lose everything, what would be the first thing you will do to rebuild? That's my question, because I've faced so much challenges whereby I end up starting a thing but not accomplishing it all, or end up losing everything. So I'm asking the question: if I'm to lose everything, like at his own point, what am I to do first to rebuild?
Okay, so
Thank you so much.
If I'm to lose everything, have I ever lost everything? I haven't lost everything before. Do I have an idea of how it's going to look like? I don't think I will, but let me say as much as I think, which, is not a constant. For me, in my there is something that gives you money. It will not be big money, right? Maybe Nanele software, more Nanele phone. Might help people do something. There's something you always do by the side that gives you small money. It can be periodic. It can be a form of small trade. It can be a form of small help. There's something you do that this time around it has to do with your skill or your opportunity as a person. So if you are in that position, maybe you pay more attention to those things first to be able to get back your ground. Maybe in Ebutebo say before you went into tech. And those are even when you were not doing anything to sustain, and all of a sudden something happened and you lost everything. Maybe you can go back to that thing for a while. You understand? Do things a little bit better, gain back your strength. I don't know if you get me. Maybe because I remember when I was doing, I think I've had a similar experience. When I had a model cart, a modeling platform then, that people, before Instagram came, that people can come, post their pictures, models and the rest. That business I spent a lot of time on it, but it was not a good idea. At the end of the day, what was sustaining me was websites in Narucha then. They will call me, please do this website for me. I was making money. I was using that money to also sustain my effort. So at the end of the day, when everything went, I still went back to the basics, which is that my skill I developed to be able to build applications. So that really helped. So no matter how bad things were, there's always somebody that will give me something to work on for them, because that is like what they know for. So when I now said, you know what, rather than wasting time trying to try things, let me Kukuma now build something really big based on that thing that they truly know me for. That was how venturing fully into software became life. So that's what I think. I don't know if this thing makes sense to you, but
Yeah,
that's
yes,
just
sir,
it.
yes, sir. I grab what you
All
I
right.
grab what you said now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Solomon, go for it.
All right.
We need to know you. Give it energy, energy,
In
energy.
fact, I'm very happy and excited. Anyway. All protocols really observed. Mr. Alex Kunye, thank you for the great work.
The voice volume is low because we need to know you. Again, I
Or the,
actually on the bedroom voice.
or the
Yeah,
louder. I'm in the room, so I think all the higher than this, or the camera bamba. So
just what are the phone closer to your mouth? That's all.
Okay. Is it better like this now?
Yeah.
Or the better? Can you hear me
Go
very
on.
well?
Go on. Yes.
Hello. Now.
Yes, I am listening. Ganiru now.
Oh.
Ganiru. Go on.
Let me go straight to the question because time is. Yeah, Mr. Alex and Kunye also the host. Is that like for somebody like me now? Tech, SOBM Tech, even this guy, Alabi, he was the founder of this Success Digest. Then as of early 2012, now the people almost every week digital marketing now. So we enjoy you now for somebody named Wehu because I've gone on the maybe HTML and the CS, then went to build a website. I went to mix both of them. I was having serious headache, so I just left. Then I'm a bad boy then. So switch to now. Someone that doesn't have interest, but everything said here today related to something I want to also do, which I'm like going into agriculture. So I was very happy hearing this today. So for somebody like me that still have that interest back then, the interest is still there, but I don't know if it's my limited mindset. What advice do you have for people like us?
I didn't get the question. Can you repeat the question when you went now?
My question is, that mindset, I don't know if I'm limited to my own mindset of maybe I just know a kind of headache that I can't forge further. So I lost interest in it. So I was asking about today, I was like rejuvenated again, that I should not give up. I should go back to it. So what advice do you have for people like us?
Even one thing that I always advise, one thing that helps in our business, but a lot of knowledge is required at every stage of every business. Exactly. It's not really, I'm not going to advise you to don't give up on something that is not going to work. But sometimes you can spend so much time trying to gain better knowledge. You can even take some, read things online, take some courses, just try to understand things in a much more better and broader way. Maybe at the point you can just get like just that small significant difference that you can now make improve. So giving up is not necessary. You should always just learn there's always a way things will always work better. You get? So once you learn it, it's just like there's something I learned recently. I have been doing it subconsciously, but I didn't in my air. So let me show you. So if you meet me now, let's say you're a trader, you meet me now, because you know 10 million. Actually, me ibu beta afia. Because you go afia beta, get your money back, or support on my supermarket, or I'll give you to 1% interest. The chances of you getting that money, they're almost less than 0.5. Or let's say my brother or my cousin, or I just felt somehow, I just give you. You get my point. But if you approach me, let's say even with some small credibility, approach me and tell me, Biko, actually, ibu beta afia. And ibu beta afia, I'm going to in 3 weeks. And I'm going to make a megumia before, just that in one capital now, and I need to do more. I will make in 10 million add with Egonji. I will be able to make 40 million. Profit, yeah, because I don't know if you get me. If you approach me like this, the chances of me giving you even 15 million, the higher. So I just observe this. My learning is continuous. I don't know if you get me. So I noticed that when you approach people like this, you can rapidly mop up 1 billion sharp. But once you approach people from the point of help me or nyagodim or borrow me, the reluctance in there. I don't know if you get me.
Yeah, I get you.
There are so many ideas. So for you, just look at it, see what you can learn. Sometimes you pray and meditate. You got a child of Uma. You can now try something. Just continue to experiment till something works. But I wouldn't really advise you, even as they say continue. There are so many things you can do because your 24 hours can never repeat itself. Try to invest energy in something that will work. You get. So if you check it did not work. Iterate a bit. Iterate. If you realize that maybe it's not even the time or something that's absolutely not going to work, you get my point, then you can pivot to something that may likely work. But giving up or they're unnecessary, you get.
Okay.
And at any point in time, one thing I would advise is, even if you lose money, let your energy not go down. Energy is basically what helps to accelerate success, not money.
Okay.
That morale again is basically you losing everything. But even when you don't have money and you have the right energy, you can meet the next person somewhere else, because when you speak to people perceive energy. You understand? When you maintain your energy, no matter how, the chances of you coming back, they high. But once your energy is dead, you are already gone.
Thank you very much.
If I add to that, and this will connect to what Mr. Winsouls, asked also, I'll say this. There's this saying that the Chinese have that we overestimate what we can do in a short time and we underestimate what we can do over a long time. Most of the times we dream very big. Most of the time, especially in the Nigeria Mandibo, we dream very big. But the problem is that we don't identify the smallest, if I'm about MVP, a startup, the smallest level where we can start. The easiest, and where everything is and where the ebe you can take just one step that is not a long step or a high step that you can take without too much effort with what you have. What it means is that whatever you need for that first step is within your reach. Whether it is financial resources or time or skills, it is within your reach. If you can identify that for whatever you want to do, if you can identify that and then see how that builds up to where you want it to go, it becomes easier for you to have the energy. Because in a drain energy sometimes, you are having a big idea and you are having high expectations and you are having a short time that you want to use to achieve that. So if you're not meeting that expectation, it drains you. But if you are giving yourself just one small goal, Ugo was saying earlier that building muscle, physical muscle, it takes consistency. The same thing with mental muscle. The same thing with emotional muscle. So what you're doing to yourself is to convince yourself that this is possible by just doing something small about it. Just one break. You made that break today, maybe one nature or every week. That same thing in a business, at a small level. If you can maintain it, build routine on it, like consistency or pattern, at some point, your muscle at that level, at go normalize, it is a more load. What it means is you extend, you spread, or you stretch yourself again. When you continue this, what you have learned already is consistency. And consistency is easier to achieve when you're doing the things that you can do without too much. It becomes easier to be consistent. Once that character of consistency is built into your muscle, if you extend to something that is a little bigger, or a goal that is a little higher, because you have already built that character of consistency, it becomes easier to sustain it, even when you are dealing with so much roadblocks. So this is one of the ways to build mental strength. And it doesn't only apply to business, it applies to everything. You see this show this morning show that we're doing, this is the 63rd episode. 63rd. We have never missed one. Do you know why? Because this is the easiest I can do. I could decide to, let me go and start with a podcast on YouTube. Live YouTube. Maybe I'll share my own rapia. But I might still do it one day. But that is not what I can do now every Saturday, no matter what. And anytime you see me doing this show, I have given up something for it. I have made a sacrifice for it. But it is easier for me to make that sacrifice now than for me to make it on something much bigger. But when I have built that consistency and that muscle, if I decide to reach for something bigger, it becomes easier. Because, in fact, if I don't do it on a Saturday by 8 p.m., I'll feel uncomfortable because I have built it into my memory. My muscle memory has already accommodated that time and that routine and that pattern. This makes it easier for you to sail. on anything. But like I said before, it's easier to start from the small things and then build it gradually. Don't rush at all. You have enough time. But when you gain that muscle, then you can start running like Ugo. And I have to say this. There's something I noticed with these two guys, Ugo and Alex. There's something I call privilege. It's not what you call privilege, I call privilege. I call privilege everything you have achieved, everything you're doing now, there's something connected to that enabling you. There's information you are aware of. There's environment that enables you. There's a family background, there's a training, there's an upbringing, there's a character trait from your DNA. There's something connected to what you're doing that makes it easier for you to do it or makes you more efficient at doing what you're doing. It's a privilege. Don't look at somebody else who is doing so much with the amount of what you may call grace in church, privileges. Don't look at what they are doing and then put too much pressure on yourself that you must do it like that. Because you may not have the privileges they have, but there are some privileges that you have that they don't have. So you focus on your own. What am I saying? Always look into your own plate. Forget about what is on other people's plate. So you intimidated. So intimidated that no, it's meant to inspire you, but you still focus on your own plate and what you have to do. Okay, let's take in the next question. All right, I think this guy will raise his hands again. Rockcoin, it seems you have a question for
Okay,
Alex.
so Kunye, not just Alex, you and Alex, thank you so very much. You know, the first thing Njo earlier was, when you were, so I used Enugu for instance for younglings to actually go. What you said about privilege. Privilege could also translate to exposure against somebody. That person starts thinking in the right direction, if you understand. Early exposure against them. A lot of us here might not be as what the kind of grit that Ugo and Alex have. It might not have the kind of muscle or the kind of and when people naturally that are born with those kind of privileges and ability. Some people would learn by Hanaf. Some people also would learn by Ifakuzilha. That's why Chinese people seem to be above every other person in the world today. Because right from early childhood, they start teaching you, directing your ways, your path in the things you hear. Alex, you especially, because you actually created an awareness in Nigeria that you are not aware of. I don't know how much anybody can go. Anybody in Nigeria now that has any space on social media that doesn't know Alex Onya, I don't know if you know anybody, because you saved this country a whole lot this year. You, especially, being in one Southeast, and when somebody connects and when I get, but it's a discussion we'll have outside here. Let us look at something we can do. I always hear about the shout for Biafra, shout for Igbo people. It's a beautiful thing. My argument for IB Igbo, and I think that's what Kunye is actually trying to do also, is to create that generation of Igbo people that have built that level of resilience, that level of the kind of thing you see with the Israelis and the Jews. Let's build that kind of thing from us. And you can start from young. My 14-year-old son, as I said, actually holidays actually now about PS5 because actually Netflix or when wake up in the morning, go somewhere that he will see what will happen if you enter somewhere. People will challenge you. You see people like minds. You see other people gonna say, okay, do this thing. If you're a man at that young age, they need their mind to be constantly going up and down. So, Alex, Biko, I know this is asking for a lot, but help me. You and Ugo seem to have some level of synergy that, that can show that Obrota could be the Biko. If it's something, let's start from and then build it across. That's just what I wanted to add. Thank you so very much again, Kunye, for this.
Maybe I could suggest this. I'm not saying that I'm going to start it, but I could suggest this. Maybe there's a reason for this. Maybe somebody who is really, really concerned and has the passion can start an online ecosystem or community where people just come in and regularly come in and just share.
Yeah, bro. Online, especially for the younger. I think I understand what he's saying, because I remember those early times, because my mom used to work in Nightel, organized on a primary school, nursery primary school. So, but after work, I will come to their office. I'm not Decoding from Chips Challenge, and then I'm always on computer. So that kind of helped me develop that passion. I want to build my own. So it kind of helped. Then also, even in Lagos, we normally do bringing people together. The two important, having people build friendships around a different mission. Because I remember then I when I CC Hub, on Idea Hub, we always either hackathon, something, meet up. All those things kind of helped us. That's why we kind of knew ourselves. From Shola, from Ini, from every other person there made different amazing things. We kind of knew ourselves. There's one page, one group we had then, Silicon Africa. Practically everybody. So it was easy for us to build friendships around a particular line of interest. So for Enugu, that's on our Google. Unfortunately, Enugu. But we can always support. Like I think I've done hackathon once. So just to do those kind of things that brings people, younger people together, discuss tech, what are you working on, this and that. So people are building friendships together. You get, at the end of the day, all of a sudden, I met you at this, we are doing it, what are you working on? We meet in one event, 2 events. By the time we meet in 4, 5 events, it's in a good number. We can have something to discuss. So with that now, because it helps accelerate learning, that's even how people get to connect. Okay, they work for this place. So, I know say it's a bit C#, or you can't join us. You know those kind of things. So I think, I don't know, I will talk to Go again on it to see if...
Maybe the challenge here is that we are waiting for the guys who are already out there in the front to start it. Why not the people who need it organize themselves and organize a community where they all gather? Then sometimes when Ugo is around or Alex is around, he can drop.
Yeah, that would be super brilliant. That would be super brilliant. If you can, that would be super brilliant. Called easy. Those kind of things, you may not know the effect on it yet, because I have seen it play out a lot in my even with me. So having those kind of things is important. Just bringing like minds together to discuss things that they know, build friendships. Nobody's an island. A lot of people, everybody have something. Today you may not have anything to give. Tomorrow you may have so much. So that ecosystem will help. I've always talked about it in Enugu. We need to start building that kind of thing. I think that will really help. So like you said, Chooks, of course, anybody can start it. And anybody starts it, you'll be surprised. You will always get support.
Rough coin in Enugu.
Unfortunately, my story is very funny. My family be Enugu, but I'm here with you guys in Lagos, struggling my life away. So I go to Enugu intermittently.
Okay, maybe you can connect with people in Enugu that you let me remove that Enugu thing. It doesn't have to be Enugu.
It doesn't have
Enugu
to be
seems
Enugu.
to
Yes,
be
I wanted to say that.
I know we are giving Enugu as a case study, but the same thing can work anywhere.
Umuahia,
Onitsha,
yes.
Abakaliki. It could be anywhere, and it can become a network. See what can happen. Before you build something, right? Something that actually resonates with people. Just something like a tech fellowship or whatever. People gather, and it doesn't have to be special in the beginning, but it will be open to beautiful ideas. So you keep tweaking it, keep improving on it. At some point, it becomes a network. So somebody else can open another branch. Where
it can be normal stand up, maybe an open space, no chair, just a normal long table. People come with small drinks, small champagne.
So us spread there around Alibo, and which are in different places, in different towns in Alibo. What happens is these guys that you are asking to start it, when they are in one of those towns, they can easily just pop in for 1 hour and share, taking questions, even contribute. They might even hear somebody talking about an interesting thing that they want to partner with. That creates the room for partnership. Another person, Jay Owere, Umike, Obolugo, or somebody else, Jay Owere. I was like, I'm very good neighbor. I'm very good at this fellowship. I'm very good this weekend. I get meet.
It's just like in Lagos now. Yeah. And any week, we conference. But different people from different places are doing different things, and this is what creates that energy. Now that's Lagos in a meeting. So
rough coin, take it up and see if you can find people you can partner with and start something.
Thank you, Kunia. Alex, right. Alex, I'll get across to you, please.
All right.
Okay, let's hear from Odin.
Also on that, rough coin, I can also, there are people too in Anambra that I can link you up with.
Okay, Solomon, that's fine. Solomon, I'm following you already.
Okay, I'll follow back right now.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Odin, Ganiru,
Yeah, good
you have a
evening.
question for Alex.
Yeah, King
Good
Vals
evening,
is still standby.
King Vals haven't spoken yet.
I haven't.
Oh, sorry to have skipped you. All right, go for it.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Wonderful session. Wonderful session.
Odin, please wait for King Vals. Then after him, you can go. King Vals, go on.
Yeah, I want to appreciate the facilitator. Actually, I just followed you this evening. I'm an ardent follower of Mr. Alex Onia. I call him Big Alex. I appreciate him for everything he did for those of us in the Southeast, especially this JAMB saga, you know. But I have two. One is a question and one is an appeal. My first question is I want to ask Mr. Alex, when you're trying to build a startup, you have a partner who is a resource person, but this partner is very stiff and not flexible. How do you deal with such a person?
Yeah, how long unu go friends?
We were friends for like maybe 6-7 months before we came up with the idea. I had an idea of a niche. I had an idea of we creating our own niche, but he had an idea of we doing something similar to Gigi, which I believed we didn't have the resources and what it takes to pull it off. So although he was a resource person, he had contact with some big tech guys. I felt working with someone like that is going to be more of a leverage.
Should I tell you the truth? What I feel is the truth, which may not apply to you.
Okay, sir.
The thing I will tell you is, you people don't have enough relationship to found a company, and I cannot see synergy. Stop that relationship. Try to figure out yourself. Maybe over time you can get another co-founder. Maybe when you get one line of them, so that you don't waste much time trying to burn energy and with anger and everything. When they say, "Oh, you've lost months and years trying to do something that didn't work," because it's too important to get the right co-founder. So you can. It doesn't mean you cannot meet anybody in 1 week with a click here, but the energy will just be there. The understanding will just be natural. So if you can't find it from beginning, there's no point you waste the time. Just end your relationship and then just work on yourself and build more things. Maybe you will find in the future, so that you guys can move. So you don't waste so much time. That's what I will strongly recommend.
All right, sir. So the second is an appeal. I sent you a message some days ago. It's still about this JAMB saga. Some of the CBT centers in Oka have been they were marked out for there are certain accusations against them. Until date, JAMB has refused to say exactly what they did. So I left you some messages on your DM. This is a public space. I'll be limited to the information I'll put out. So I'll appreciate if you can actually check your DM, sir.
I will check, but to be frank, I don't think I will be able to help. I have an idea what you are talking about. There are some centers, and with particular fraud men are JAMB, whereby people are masking faces to be able to turn machineries. And then with some centers, they marked, and JAMB shut down all those centers. In my JAMB are not so, they are not, I mean, with them, sometimes it's not them extremely stressful. So I know that this is their finding, this is their position, right? Now, to come and tell them again, to come and do extra investigation, be able to stress. But this is what, this is what I know from them that they are using as a baseline to shut down those centers. It's not just now, I think it's across different places in the Federation. So a new type of fraud. As in that people bring different faces, they use AI to merge it with a particular software. Then Hana Batazi, so they can allow that same one face can allow two people. So people use it to come and write exams. So machineries, one person above machinery, another person above the candidate. At the end of the day, that's what they did. And for some reasons, I don't know how they found out or what they did. So that's why those centers are full. Now those things applied and they shut down those centers. So it may likely be at that center they're among and they don't want to share the information, right? So if I want to come and start taking them up now, Jump already now Fuzimas as an enemy. They have always been seeing me as an enemy. So anyway, some things, if I can't have too much fact, like even Chinedu's own, I took my time to gather all my facts before I started. Because Obun Ejiro all my evidences and facts. Ikuo Kuketa na Asina Obiakwe again. So that is what I know about this particular case. So I won't be able to help beyond just what I just told you now. So they should just engage them and see if they can, maybe through writing letters, and see if they can be able to conduct investigation. If they agree to conduct investigation and they found out that the center is not among, I think they can lift it, or they just rename the center to another. Anyway, that one I don't think that one is possible. But that's just basically what I'm going to recommend. Let them just write them formally, and if they write them formally, and if they agree, put pressure. If they agree to come and investigate for that, and they found out that the center is not among it, then they will lift it. I don't think they will have any. They are looking for more centers, so I don't think they are more high. I mean, they only have 800 and something centers nationwide. You understand, which is a challenge for them. So if they can get up to 10,000 centers, it will be well. So they're basically trying to use it as a strategy to curb fraud as much as they can. I hope my response makes sense.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Although the center, sorry, just a minute. The center actually belongs to my elder brother. So to an extent, it's something that I can vouch for. We've done our own personal investigation.
You know, you cannot be vouching for those kind of institutions. You only use evidences to back up. So for now, I'm not interested. It taking too much of my time. But just do what I just said. I won't be able to start picking center. This one was going on narrow. So just pick that one so that you can just do it that way. I think it will work.
All right, sir. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much. God bless.
All right.
You're welcome.
I could feel the frustration, Alex. Okay, let's take it from Odin. Biko, no other question on Jam. Biko, I beg. No question on Jam. Tech. Focus on the conversation. Odin, go for it.
Okay, good evening everyone. Good evening everyone in the house.
Good evening.
So yeah, previously my first question that I wanted to ask have been answered before, because I first wanted to ask about the conference, like especially in Southeast Nigeria. I'm a student actually in Southeast, and I'm into tech, and it has been hard for me to connect with other tech guys and attend conference in Southeast here. I'm in Anambra currently now, and since I've been in Anambra now, I've not attended any tech conference or any tech event due to I've not found any or seen any. So it has been a challenge to me. So bro, Rofcon, he said something about that, and there's some suggestion that were made here, which I'm okay with. So my other question here is, right now I'm actually working on a startup which is also here in Southeast, and it has been a problem for us. Like in Southeast here, we don't usually see information or avenue for where we can say things about our startup or access to funding and all these type of things. And it has been really hard for us here as a young guys that is into tech. It has always been hard for us, especially we that were in Southeast here. So my question is, like, I don't know whether is there any way that we can maybe any way or program that will be that will be okay for us, like if we want to access funding for our startup or to share our startup idea. Because right now I and my team, we have been building for the past 2 months now, and we have not really done with the building, but we have been building for the past 2 months and getting a lot of things and tools, and like it has been really this thing difficult for us, like just for the young and tech.
So land with the question.
Odima, Okay, your skill.
Okay,
Which
sir.
skill do you have?
I'm a front end developer.
Your team, which are back end developer, Abi?
Yes, sir. We have backend.
See what you do. Access funding in actually right there, especially at this stage. And now, I'm going to location bias, right?
Yes, sir.
Location
Yes, sir.
bias will be the challenge. Secondly, access funding I think is very difficult, right? You may be lucky you're listening with family and friend that can give you cash. What I want you to do is your biggest asset will die your team with your
Okay,
diverse
sir.
skill set here.
Yes, sir.
Chọn project, chọn company get very project, chọn website ungaro, chọn different things ungarocha. Kun we there raise some capital.
Okay,
Yeah,
sir.
so you need
Yes, sir.
those side gigs. Kun na spend the 20% of your time aru your main idea. Chọn you get take 80% in you ego projects. Ndị ga-enye project, web app, website, meet people, return something, raise the ego. You can get 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Email consistently. You can be able to get some kick-off funds. Yota.
Yes, sir.
Yota. So that we will wait to ego. Because if you're able to bring out your MVP and then you test your product in the market on Aga, then you can now come and tell people you launched this thing and this is the product, this is the progress. Yota.
Yes,
But
sir.
because people will come and advise you apply to this, apply to that. Nah, you can make it apply a car. So, both local, they not talk about online gigs. You know, buying all those Upwork and the rest and other places. Yota,
Yes,
freelancing
sir.
work. Just touch on our own maybe within the next 6 to 8 months. Cool man will get raised to go there go. Yota change the laptop. Your change laptop to much better machines. You have the first investment on job. A raw room, 20% maybe weekends or 20% of your time on a raw room, so that you can survive. Because if you continue like this, and we can plug in after like maybe 3-4 months, you're buzzing in ways you're again attack. So with this now, you can still be maintaining your idea, maintain that team. That your team be your asset, like I always say. That your team be
Yes,
your
sir.
asset, so that you can take full advantage of your team, build things, and then by the time you build your idea, right, in what to get go. And if you have other opportunity, it can even be trade. Maybe man, then when I supply a laptop, supply or something, take advantage of any trade opportunity for just to raise capital. Then you can at some point you can be pitching to your family and friends. Yota. If people that believe in you much faster. You can raise those capital, because what do you need funds for? Majorly, you need funds to get better laptops. You need funds to go your people get it to be able to sustain them, because family pressure can be just all those things to distract them a bit. So you can get those things from side gigs. You get I think you can accelerate faster, so that you don't lose your idea, because your idea, I trust you, gonna be a very fantastic idea, but the capital you need may be a little difficult. And each one it even frustrates you more, because when people don't give you money, you keep getting more frustrated. If you and they send their email, they will never respond. Then your number, they will never pick. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So by the time you experience this too much, some of us, when that resilience, survive it. Many people don't survive it. So the best thing, focus on in. So we can meet him, Madu, please. We have this team that does this kind of application. Do you have any project that we can help you do? We will charge you lower. You're done with a project 5 million, we may 2 million. And you people do it well. You didn't raise the capital, make sure you raise the capital. With that, when they use those skills, we get enough money to move at this speed. That is what I would recommend, because I really don't want you not to succeed. But this is the part where we feel not that easy. Nigeria ain't any plan for anybody. So you just have to survive. And this is like the easiest way to survive. Open in a working system, you can apply to the government, then with different funds for startups and everything. But in Nigeria ain't any plan for you. Either they want you to die. So you just have to figure out ways to survive. So this is how you have to survive. It's a lot easier. That's what I would strongly recommend.
All right. Ralph, go for it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kunye. And Alex, big one making a chick again now, because the advice in the year up till now, it's just been so wonderful. Thank you. I have one question on advising with a startup that has been able to build an MVP and has at least one major adopter for the time being. So we are now at a point where we need to start increasing maybe ourselves to other businesses. So it's in the area of health tech. I was just curious, with any advice you can. I think I've heard one of the things you could already about selling to government, and you said it takes time, so it's better to be a subcontractor. But other than that, I'm just curious, any other tips in terms of sales? Then I'm also going to ask, was just going to ask you, Kunye, the recording of Shebi will be available at the end of the section, because I feel like other young people
It's always available automatically.
and
What I
they will
would advise
benefit.
people,
Okay.
in on a health tech, I want to be in a health tech. But
NRO, electronic medical record system, telehealth system, medical laboratory.
Okay, these people can they be the number one in that space? And when they are forgotten their
Helium or Helium Health.
And the helium, system will know all the functionalities of helium.
Not yet.
So he can remember, don't for much. Spend their time within backyard access to helium. Within all the capabilities of helium, and even much more in a much stable way. Only with another capabilities of helium, automatically the competitor helium. I think I know how they charge. The kind of recharge unit. Biazienu, Jewesian frontally lewezied, because there's this company, my charts, and on the US, they are multi-billion-dollar business and on a health tech and kano. So once you do something, it meets all requirements of helium. This is better than helium. Una biazi use the price to helium. You understand? So if you are coming to hospitals, so we have this thing. Just chotano fun wiki. So normally when we share some konja wiki meet a UNTH. Offer had the thing. How use your demo for 3 months. Even if they don't want to use it, let them test it. Yata. So that 3 months UNTH for demo. You will do that UNTH laugh very quickly. In a hospital, say UNTH in a use here, UNTH in a use here, UNTH in a use here. Before UNTH finish here their demo for 3 months. Probably go like 100 hospitals who they use here because now on a UNTH in a use here. Or look for a very reputable hospital. I'm not an agreement to have free for test. But the important thing that they use it there because they will call them to confirm. You understand? Because you need a strong reference, especially when you are coming in new. They want to know who's using you. That's usually the difficult thing. So once you're able to get that inroad for one big client, you have to be aggressive now your marketing. We are giving you something better than helium, and we are giving it to you significantly cheap. So the first 100 customers, imagine her at too much high price. Let's say now here, because I know helium gives you have to buy units per new client or so. You can give them a fee.
Yeah, per patient.
If I give them a fee, 400,000 a year for the first 100 clients, that small fee in Enyeha is a price that they can never find anywhere. They will test it and then it creates like a migration option. So that if you are using helium, your system can help you migrate from helium within 24 hours. So that if I'm telling you to leave helium, because the issue you get if you tell me to leave helium, my data again. Let's talk about it later. But I can help you migrate away from helium within 24 hours. And I have my system has way more capability. And I'm giving it to you at just 400,000 per year. In my once he hits another first 100 customers, the next set of customers he charge with something dizzy close to the helium cost, but all that lower. Maybe over a helium I charge 5,000 per unit per patient. He charge 1.5 per unit per patient. Iota. It is every 300, 400 customers, and your people are very comfortable. At that point, you can now be in charge. At that point, even if you do 4,000, people will buy because you've kind of dominated the market. Iota. So that is the strategy. you may highly likely work for you very quickly. You get, but you must at first make sure that you have something that you meet all the requirements of helium first. Then you do something better. But you must meet their requirement first, because these people, they ain't go like their culture, ain't go what they do with helium, that you may not understand the reason. Just make sure that you have everything they have, then do something better. So that when you're coming to tell them you need a helium and you need me better, then that becomes a conversation. So that is how, if you do it very quickly, I think you can be able to capture the market. Then target us to be like my chart, that US that handles more than 80% of US medical records. So in ways that kind of dominance, in ways space, because government, government, my assume not get a click in 2 years. So you don't even remember that name. Just write proposals and give to them. They don't make any time hard at it. Bureaucracy takes a lot of time. So it may end up to work, and if it works, it also comes with a lot of advantage, because government helium natural, other people natural. You get, so your advantage becomes the quality of what you are doing. But I don't know the level of your engineering, but please, you have to make sure that now your technology quality is very high, and your uptime, and then your intuitiveness got it very, because people want something very easy in terms of identifying things, playing around things, and it has to be very, 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 very reliable. And then you have that migration and integratable experience. You go your mobile app for monitoring and analysis. All got much better. These things requires a lot of time, but this is what you need to do. It may hanya like this, the chances of succeeding a lot higher. But if you don't do it this way, you may struggle a little bit more, and I may not be able to advise further. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Yes, it makes very sense. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm very grateful. Yeah.
You're welcome.
I have to say this. Tech makes you kind of become a nerd. It makes you focus, like laser focus on coding and programming and all that. And then sometimes you may not be able to develop the other skills that will help you sell as a business. But if there are two kinds of tech people, one are the guys who work for companies. The other ones are the guys who build stuff. If you're one of those guys who build stuff, like build a company, build a solution, build a platform or stuff like that, understand that first of all, you're a businessman. Then you're a tech man. Or you're a tech man and you're a businessman, whichever you decide to go with. And as a businessman, in a life, you're a salesman. This is basic for you. You are selling every time you open your mouth. Even if you are an employee, you are selling. But as a builder, you are selling every time you are asked to speak. Every time somebody picks your call, you are selling. Build that into your consciousness, and then understand that whatever you say in the brevity of time that you are given can change everything. That means the way you communicate your thoughts will have to improve significantly. You can't be talking like every other person. You can ask what is the best way to communicate what I want to say now? Before you make that call, before you get into that office, before you send that email, go to YouTube, go to somebody who is a communicator, or go to somebody who is an expert at this and learn from the person, wherever they are. But that your sales skills is very, very key. These guys that I've been talking here, Alex and Ugo, when you listen to them, you can understand that these guys understand sales very well. They understand even how to subtly sell themselves and sell their products. But more than that, you have to understand that it took them time to build that. It takes time. But as long as you have that consciousness that you need to build your ability to sell, you're not just selling yourself, you're selling your products. And you are competing against other people or with other people who are also selling. So the better you are at selling, the more chances. When they win skills in Nigeria, much better skills than you do. But they don't get a chance because they don't know how to sell. They don't even know how to make the next person understand that I have this capacity, or I can do this, or I can deliver that, or even to win trust. Unlike sweet mouth.
Easy that. Funny itself, the guy was a musician, Keta.
Yes.
Easy now, easy.
Sweet mouth.
That guy, that guy,
yeah.
Jesus Christ, easy. Hey.
He's a salesman. When they want as talent, when they develop. The truth is that when you put in a very enormous amount of time and effort into learning something, at some point, nobody can tell whether it's talent anymore or skill. But what matters is, do I need this skill? Do I need this skill? If I need this skill, read books. I'm not that good books much, but it still works for me.
No,
It works for these guys.
You cannot. The thing is that you cannot not be reading books. That is the point, because a lot of information to get to him, just because to the glory of God, I've read a lot, I've done a lot. So when I compile my thoughts or Diego, just my ride of a lot of information, then with reasoning skills and study, you cannot not be reading. You have to read a lot. This guy Google more than 4,000 books in a library. It's no wonder, because I always come to him because he always have things that make sense to me to listen to. I'm happy to have 5 hours because there's a lot. So the point is that you always need to read. It's important. Buy, and preferably buy physical books.
Yes.
You go on Amazon, I send the arrow your butter. That's $20 or $30 you may invest in that book. Got help, okay? When you start reading it, because the point of when you are reading the book, what it does to you is not necessarily that what is about what you are reading at core. Just a line can start opening up your mind to different horizons. Start helping you compare experiences, you make experience. It will just be opening up your mind. At the end of the day, you read the book, not necessarily that what you learned is the book, but the book helps you to open up your mind. So reading is something you can't avoid, especially when you want to scale, you leap to the next stage. Everybody is always trying to figure it out. Even as I'm talking to you, I'm always trying to figure it out. Everybody's trying to figure it out at every stage. You understand? So what is easy? Even Elon Musk himself is also trying to figure it out. Even as rich as he is. Everybody's trying to figure it out. So it's a constant. Nobody has gotten there. So we're not there.
Somebody said it this way: if you want to be a great writer, you have to read what people have written. If you want to be a good speaker, you have to also listen to people who have been speaking. This actually narrows down to that marketing and sales. But I want to touch something, and there is an expert here who can help you with that. That is the second thing I was going to say you should consider as a builder or a founder. Priscilla, the customer service evangelist herself. Priscilla, can you hear me? Nico, I need you to come and share on customers, as in how founders can apply customer relation skills to their business. Not just selling, but after they have sold, when they win customers, how to manage and retain their customers and create that effect, that viral effect, that multiplier effect. The person is so impressed that he starts looking for other people to bring to you. All right, let's take from Tech Explorer. Emma, go for it.
Good evening, all. Good evening. I appreciate this space actually. This is my first time coming to this space, and I've learned a lot. I appreciate that. So let me go straight to my question actually. So the thing is that I am I'm new into smart contract development. This was my niche. So I just want to say from Sir Alex, from your experience actually, I want to understand where can real values be created in the fast evolving space, like how the market is going now, because with your experience, you know how the market is now. And as someone still learning, like I'm still learning, I still start. As someone still learning, I would really appreciate any insight from you to share or like a strong opportunities in the current markets. And
which market in that?
Like, let me say, should I say, what are some of your the ecosystem or online community you do watch and discover emerging trends? Because one thing I understand is that it's not all about learning a skill, it's all about like getting insight on emerging trends to know what to build. Because if you don't know
the truth of the matter, to be honest with you, I don't watch emerging trends. I don't. My interest is what is within my niche. And my own niche is education. Now I invested in financial technology, right? So these are just the two areas that my investment scope, So I don't watch trend. I think you should be more focused on solving actual problems. Yobunichi make ego through trends. You just focus on normal trading, Bitcoin and all those forex trading. But I think you should be more focused on solving the real problem, because there's a lot of problems that are yet to be solved. So money make, then you focus on make money. If you want to solve a problem to help you make more lasting money, then look deeper. More problems to solve with your expertise and building a team. That is what. But I'm trying to get and work with trend I'll just based on my own scope.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Sir, please, I want to, for the Anambra, there was someone complained that he didn't see any community in Anambra. There's a community time, Anambra Techies. In there, you can see different departments, both cybersecurity, web development. These are, and they all do have all these conference where they even call people from outside to come and share insights and that kind of thing. So if you're interested, then I can relate you to the group.
All right, Priscilla, are you able to speak now? I can see your back. The customer service evangelists. Hey, I still can't hear Priscilla. Can you guys hear Priscilla, please? Can anybody hear her?
Priscilla, ị ga-apụ na-achịta azụ. Ọ bụ na ị require me update your app.
Exactly what I was going to
try, yeah.
How the possible na app again and web problem?
Oh, it's where, yeah. Update, yeah, it will work.
Video out. Go for it.
Oh, good evening, everyone. It's actually Video IoT.
Video IoT.
Sorry. I don't have force of Manabani. Can you?
You went so good. You went so good. Mr. Alex, I am a big fan of you. I want to use this opportunity to say congratulations, good job. I love what you're doing. I am so happy being on this piece. I actually have no questions. I actually requested the mic to use the opportunity to say thank you. You're too much, I beg. Nothing to
Thank you so much, Joe.
My own.
Thank you so much.
I've never done it before. My own is just a system I'm actually using. It crashed recently, so if you have any SSD, you can give me, or you could help a brother with. I don't mind. I don't need a laptop. I just need an SSD. So I am grateful. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Kui. I hope I pronounced your name very well. Gulie. Sorry so much. Thank you. Sorry, Biko. The truth was mommy and daddy saying I was Igbo. So if shame said they catch me, but I don't mind. I will just chop and they go. But by His grace, I will learn it very well.
Somebody should build something that will help our brothers and sisters learn how to speak Igbo. Somebody should build that in tech. I just had to say that now. I'm working on something, but it's not at the level that tech would do it. If I was fully into tech, I mean, there's a lot I would have done, but there's something I'm working on right now with somebody who has created a product that can help. But I would like to see Umu Igbo come together and build a massive, interesting platform or product that actually accelerates learning of the Igbo language, especially for kids. You will make crazy money if you can do that. I'm telling you, you will make crazy money. You may not make money immediately, but you eventually make a lot of money. Yeah. Okay, Alex, what does scaling smart, what does it mean to you in your own context?
Scaling smart is increasing your customer base, increasing your revenue, and decreasing your burn. So your burn is decreasing. It's not less than you have 50 customers, and your burn rate is, let's say, 50 customers or less, and your burn rate per month is, let's say, 4 million per month, and you are increasing to 200 customers. Your burn rate should not increase to 12 million or 15 million per month. So it should be that while you are increasing in customers, increasing in revenue, your burn rate shouldn't increase more than 5 million, right? So that your profitability level will be very high. So that doesn't mean, so because there are some things that frivolous things that founders do, especially when you get money, right? One, even in terms of marketing, yes, there are some experiments you may do, but there's some marketing engagement that has absolute no value for you. For instance, you are trying to sell a health tech product, and somebody's telling you to come and sponsor who wants to be a millionaire, sponsor AY Life. That thing has absolute no direct value. Maybe in every AY Life, maybe you have 2 or 3 people. Even those people say they never even pay attention. But if somebody is hosting a health conference and they are telling you to come and participate, it can even be a breakout session, you can spend small money and also help you increase your numbers. So that is what it means to me. I don't know if my response makes sense.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's pivot to Educare a little more. Educare has become a successful. You said you have thousands, over 1,000 customer
Yeah,
base.
over
Wow.
2,000 for schools. Yes,
Over 2,000. How did you build that?
I think our biggest success happened during COVID, actually. So our growth, from the early level, like I said, after our first school, we got second, third. We first of all we changed architecture. Second, third, fourth, fifth, everything was growing. The biggest challenge we faced was, people have been there before us, and part of the issues is they came, did rubbish, and then you are the one trying to tell the customer that you are different, but the customer assumes everybody is the same. So the people that used us, we made sure that we served you so well that you fell in love with us. So by the time we give you as a reference, you will always say something well. The growth was coming. We'll be reaching out to people, participating in events, doing a lot of things. People have been coming, but not as quick as we've decided, as we've wanted. So towards that COVID, where schools were shutting, so we had this product. We blended we worked on, after our participation at one conference in Dubai. When we worked on blended, we call it flip. We did a project, flip learning. And for you to drive flip and blended learning, you need to be able to build like an e-classroom, which has other components of pre-recorded learning. People can pre-record classes and upload, and people can come live. So we built that product. The usage was very low until COVID happened. When COVID happened, we had that everybody wanted to, because schools were shutting down. They don't even know how to collect school fees again. Everything was bad. So some schools continued learning. They didn't even drop their school fees remained the same. So people were like, how are you doing it? How are you doing it? Educare. That thing gave us the growth that we've never expected. Then secondly, we had a problem. So we grew so much that our system crashed. So why did it crash? Our scaling model was vertical. So I will explain to you what vertical means and horizontal means. So vertical means, let's take it and run a hotel, and you have 1 or maximum 2 generators. Nka dimma, nka igbanya on also igbanya ya tije the other one. What happens is you cannot guarantee somebody 24 hours uptime. The chances of that one generator may be very high. Maybe you can be running it normally until one day, guest to Juna your hotel, all ACs are on. In way too many load. DJ and you try start you basically frustrated everybody, right? But the situation whereby you have 20 generators, where load balancer, whereby if there is any issue, na A or switch A to B, in which you na B or switch A to C. So before it gets to D, it does go A, B. So by the time it may never get to 20. So with that alone, now you guarantees consistency. Then also, even with some services like your Redis, your databases, your files, your videos, you say it teach you how a different server infrastructure. So even when videos are not working, other things are working. Not when videos are not working, everything goes down. Even your jobs, when we are about jobs, cron jobs, can have issue and it will short. So we had that our architecture was wrong, but we never saw it as wrong because based on the number of customers and pressure, we never felt it until that time the thing hit us. We were down, we were off for 24 hours. That was the first and the only time we had the issue. So that period, we had to now learn. There's a book we bought. That book, what they gave me $1,000. I got that book. We had to go and study about scaling. When we studied about the whole thing, we now learned about the vertical and horizontal. We now had to re-architect our system immediately. So since we re-architected it, everything now, so that was how our growth happened. So that's COVID really. So now people, because before when we want to do presentation, we have to come and see the schools physically. So now everybody started developing the culture of online. So that one alone transformed us. People now, all our meetings, 100% became online. So because of that, we could actually be demoing for 10, 15 schools in a day. If you measure 10, and we can with 3 or 4 teams now handle different demos. So it was a lot easier for us. So that event really changed the course for us. So because everybody started adopting, we became the most reliable. Everybody saw how the thing transformed their schools. They made money. You understand? So when something has really worked for you, it is not easy for you to stop using it, right? So that was basically how our growth trend in terms of the Educare ERP, our growth trend happened, right? So, and then since then, we've been growing back to back. So it became like a household name. But before COVID,
$1,000
eh?
on one. You invested $1,000 on one book.
Yes, even with the one course I even did na Reforge. I paid $2,000 to study some things na Reforge. Reforge is one online platform. For you to join, you pay $2,000 to learn some things. You learn even about branding and marketing. When you got mutacheban, so you pay all these things. You have is an investment. Now investment and open cost. You pay. It's only when you are seeing something as an expenditure of your wagaro.
I like how you highlighted that. So you hit a wall. Okay, not a wall. Something collapsed in your business. You had to look for knowledge, and you were willing to $1,000.
Yes.
In developing.
Yes.
That's amazing. That now let me even take it further. Share a little more on that horizontal scaling. Then,
so horizontal scaling, but once you have so many servers across different data centers, right? So what it means is whether na server cluster on Amsterdam, or on New York, or on London, even of course, the closer your data centers, the faster in terms of latency. But in ways, the data centers are across different places, right? So the chances of your systems to be down is in technology, I say 99.999. That 0.00001 is actually a factor. So meaning that the chances of it failing is highly infinitesimal there, but there is a chance. You've seen WhatsApp be shut down or Facebook down or Twitter down. That thing happened. Is that infinitesimal that is playing out? It may never happen again or in another 10 years, but that infinitesimal number is always a key. So, but this kind of layering and structuring, so that made it easy for us. So even with all our large traffic, right, it doesn't change anything because the usage level, and then even with a lot of optimizations we now have to do. So that's how the scaling works. So, but vertical, like most people now develop apps, you start with vertical because horizontal is expensive. You're spending $20,000-$30,000 on server every month. I mean, a startup, an early business cannot do it, right? So as a normal, you just have one server, maybe DO or AWS, then put all your resources there. You understand? So those ones are prone to failure. When you have sudden surge, you can fail. And even when your programming is not well optimized, you understand, it can crash down your system. That's why, for instance, Arching Energy and all those things, you see that their system and the dragging is all about the structuring and also the programming. You get? So if you do something like that, that's basically how the thing is being done. So we had that issue once in that 2020. We gained the knowledge, we re-architected our system. And since then, we can have 100 million concurrent people use our system at the same time with different processes and somewhere the NMA. So we've already built our system to function that way.
Knowledge is power. Talking about system, business system, could you share, you've said something about this a lot of times, that you build your business around a system. That system prevents or minimizes the human factor, right? And also enables it to run on autopilot to an extent.
Yes, so people are used to activity. And some people who are deeply engaged in activity, things that are working hard. But when we are about optimizations and using the right tools, like in Educare now, we use a lot of internal tools that we have. So in terms of engineering now, like managing tasks, when we are about ClickUp, we use ClickUp. We use ClickUp to arrange our tasks and everything, right? But aside from ClickUp, I have some other internal tools I use. So all engineers, even on your daily stand-up, if you go here, nobody talks to you. You get my point? You handle your task in where issue. Then we have Slack for our internal communication, right? Then everybody uses Git for collaborations, right? So these are like some of the tools. Our engineering team knows more now. Then in terms of our sales, we have internal CRM tools that we built. So Anim and I created like a funnel. I went Doro Habo, just identify leads. You are not allowed to engage customer beyond identifying leads. Some people, their job only is to create meetings. You are not allowed to do presentation. Some people, their job only is to do presentation. Some people, they negotiate pricing if necessary. Some people, their own is to maintain customer. This is our funnel, right? And we have our internal CRM tools that we developed to manage these things. So every of the rule is all these engagements are logged. So anything that is not logged in the system, we assume that it does not exist, right? So we have our daily reporting tools. Every day, you have to do a detailed summary of your activities, which your engagements are distributed. This is an internal tool we built. It also has like an internal chat system. These are the tools we use to optimize our operation. And when our finance system, requisition system, that we use to manage our requisitions, payroll system, our own, that we use to manage it. So, which other parts? Recruitment, HR system, we have to build our own too. Because of course, we give it to people, we build our own too. So, all these tools are what we use. Your attendance, everything is automated. Even while you work remotely, funding our remote, because I'm a hybrid option. We see everything is tracked. We have other tools that we use to monitor what you are working on. So nobody cares to check on you. Once tasks are distributed per day, we know what you are doing. Everything is done. So because of that, we have, and then if somebody is slacking, it's very obvious. So it's easy for us to be able to take somebody away. So with that now, we have very little activity, but very high results. Oburo, when you will bring in a lot of because my philosophy is this: one top-level engineer is better than 200 mid-level engineers. So we don't waste time trying to. This is basically it. We take time to build people at HR. It can take us 2 years to build one person to what we need. But however, that's the quality that we see. So based on some of these tools now, and of course our server and resources and some of the knowledges, many of our systems, we kind of built like an internal programming language that we use layered on other tools that we use. So people come, they have to learn our language. They use it to be able to build what we want. We've created different learning tools. So nobody teaches you. Once you come, you start taking those courses that we've already pre-designed for the onboarding new staff. So you must finish the course. We must rate you at a particular rate. Then you have to go through different programs. Yeah, you need to check already distributed and automated. You which are the program before I put our into production. So production is when you can actually work on live systems. So we have cut out a lot of redundant activities that makes you busy. But because now you know why we are tightening up our system is, when you get to a level whereby you cannot afford to fail and you cannot afford to have some kind of bugs in your system. So because of that, your process of going live is no more the way it used to be. Before, an engineer can write, push to staging. Or no, before an engineer will write and push to live server. Any issue, they will tell the engineer will now come and correct it. These are the old practices when we were a lot smaller. But now, when you finish your own, you send it to our staging server. The Q&A team are test each other and staging server, in which are different methodologies of test. I test each other or pass the other staging server. Then before they push it on live systems, midnight. Those I test the quiet again at midnight. And when any issue, they roll back. And when any issue, they will let it be. You understand?
Yeah. Speaking of having people playing their different roles, what's your approach to hiring and building teams?
I think I have similar approach to go. Firstly, I am so strong on recommendations. I'm very, very strong on recommendations. Secondly, in terms of engineering, I will prioritize anybody from Enugu who lives in Enugu in terms of engineering. And there's a reason why. I've hired a lot of people across different places over the years. But for some strange reasons, I get to see more people with high cognitive ability from Enugu. I don't know why. So, and one thing I don't like hiring people from Lagos, especially on engineering roles, but I see them more as prostitutes. Once they join your organization, from the first day, hey, you go get as reference at Choro also. Then there's sometimes their foundations are too strong. Even when they did good in a pass interview, when you give them tasks, you want them to now challenge their mental ability. You will just start seeing a lot. I have experienced that. And then at a certain level, there's something you expect. You want to speak to a team and go and sleep. Let them handle the work. You get? So I kind of, so sometimes in Enugu, even me, I do a lot of scouting. Remember, it's not like everybody in Enugu, it's not like everybody in Lagos is bad. It's just that for some reasons, and then I kind of like to bring people that I give opportunity to grow. I'm not so, I have tried hiring experts in quotes, especially on engineering. You understand? But it has really not been successful. So I rather just focus on people who have some basic knowledge level and we like reasoning level, which we have different tests. I know hacker one, hacker this thing. We use it to know with another reasoning level. We can invest a year a +2 na the person just to ensure that the person can, because before that 2 years, the person will probably must have joined production. So that's basically how we do it for the engineering. But for the other roles, it's kind of, we do LinkedIn. That one is kind of open. Other roles, because there's no special requirements of finance, HR, all those other roles, support. These are kind of relatively normal, although they will still take them through our own trainings, right? But you can get those things anywhere. But engineering, which is usually where most people struggle with, these are where I try to get them. You understand? Once I
Let's
get
say a young person listening to this space or who have listened to you before is skilled. He believes he has the requisite skills to work for Educare, but he doesn't know how to get the attention of Educare. Now, let's say that you are the brother of Educare and you know everything about Educare. You're the brother of the owner of Educare. You're Alex's brother, and you're advising someone on how to get the attention of Alex without going to disturb him on Twitter Spaces or DM or whatever. What would you advise?
The easiest way to get my attention, but take on a project to be very difficult. Eroya on your own. Something that looks very, very robust and requires high mental engagement. You understand? Erocha something like a product. Tinyana your maybe host oyana like a sub this thing. Then when you're telling me that, oh, I'm very good in C# and I built a project, let's say you built this particular project that does this very complex, highly analytical function, something, and you sent me a reference and a login details, and I'm going through it. I just said, okay, let me look through it. Once I'm going through it, I will know exactly your level. And if your level meets what I'm looking for, automatically every other thing is invalidated. I will invite you. That is the fastest way. Every other thing in there, once I send them your GitHub, all those ones were rubbish. If you want, send me CV. Nobody they read them. I just want to see how you've been able to apply that your knowledge to be able to solve a very complex problem. You understand? So
it makes sense. While you're saying this, I actually imagined something, but maybe because you are into programming, you would know. If somebody sends me a link that I don't know, the first thing is apprehension. Yeah, but when I think I won't click and I'll hack into my Twitter account or something. That's always the feeling. But how does it feel for you when people send you a link?
No,
how do you?
I understand how links work. First of all, if I read finish. Secondly, you may send me a link on a phone. I'm not looking at it. Different like three laptops. And one desktop, and two laptops. Three machines, one desktop, two laptops, and two phones. So when you send me something, or depend, I not you can send it me. I don't need to. I can press it on my phone. But I won't check if your story makes sense. I will first of all study your profile. Check it here. If it makes sense, I can use the other computer that I know I don't have anything there, and I will use it to type in the link. So if there's anything not there, and in my systems, I don't use any free software. And I can use freeware like Google Chrome and there, but I don't use any free software. So you can never catch me. So that's how I check. So if I do it, that's for if, because it starts with if the story makes sense. But it's more like, this is what I worked on. I just want to see the complexity and the intelligence put in place. Even if I don't need you, I can even recommend you. Because the truth about that, everybody is looking for very good engineers. Everybody in our church. Also, tell me the highest technology company, Nigeria, for instance, within our. Everybody in our church. So it is so good. If you come to anybody, they will hire you, even if they don't need you at that point. They will just keep you there. Because to find very quality people is difficult. So those kind of things is what makes the difference. It's easy. But if you are coming to say I'm good, send them one Figma page, all those rubbish, I won't even pay attention to it because it makes absolute no sense. But if you engage in that task, it makes sense like that. That is actually how the fastest way to get those kind of my attention actually.
I hope somebody takes this up. I hope somebody who has what it takes this up and makes the move. Priscilla, are you able to speak now? Priscilla.
I think Priscilla had an issue. Priscilla, try to update it on your hardware. Maybe
she must have done that because we advised before and she left the space. That means she went to do that. Maybe you need to update your phone. Don't mind me, I'm kidding. I don't know what's going on. Maybe your location. You need to update your location. I don't know if you need to change you going fast. Maybe this is the weather. I don't know what's causing this, but it's really, really. I honestly wish you could come up and just. I felt it in my in my soul that someone needs to share about customer service, because
But anyway,
it's one.
I think I have some inputs. Him and I
Oh,
we also
okay.
attend. So, but I will do customer service more from B2B. Him and
Yeah.
our cost space will B2B. One of
Yeah.
the things that we have done, even as some people know how Educare works, is we have pampered our customers so well, and we have tried to be very efficient, and then even our communication style. So, because at the end of the day, people want support. But then another thing we did also is this. I also believe that excellence engineering is the first point of good customer service. If I can build my software so good that people bet, for instance, if you've ever bought Starlink, do you think you need to actually reach out to Starlink customer support? The need for them is very infinitesimal. They did their technology so well and so democratized that you can just simply buy it, plug it, set it up, and start using it. I've always believed that is even the excellence in engineering, right? So once you do that kind of thing, focus on excellence, because like I mentioned when I was talking earlier, I believe that Igbo, most of the time you'll be sidelined either from a point of excellence. So you want excellence in engineering. So that have already solved you 80% of your problem. Let's say you now run a mobile app for payment. Somebody should be able to intuitively log in, see where to pay, send money, and get away. That is all the person needs. A credit, a fuego. If you can be able to ensure that these processes are so seamless and easy, you've already solved 80%. A lot of people use OPay here or Money Point. How many times do you need to actually reach out to them? Absolutely, I don't use it, but I believe that it's very efficient. Absolutely none. That already solved a big problem. So we use that as a strategy to ensure that our products are so good and so intuitive that you don't really need to reach out to us. Then if there is any need for you to now reach us, one, we try to understand your problem. Two, we try to also solve it for you well. Then we also try to build it among our new solutions so that people who will face that issue in the future or may face it will also find a solution to it. So with that now, we have also distributed resources like different training videos, different training this, different that, so that people can self-learn, right? So based on the product we have, that is how we've been able to ensure that we maintain that continuous satisfaction. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, awesome. There's someone that I wanted to get their question here, but he just disappeared. I don't know what happened. I give it quite a show. I give it to this conversation. It's already 12. That's 4 hours into the conversation. My voice is dropping small. But Alex, man, this has been very interesting. It's been very, very rich. I wish it was possible to if I knew, I would have probably asked if we could do part 1 and part 2 of this conversation so that we don't have to rush anything, because at some point I was rushing both you and Ugo, but perhaps we'll have another kind of package, especially with you, where you just take your time and tell your story. We're having a conversation and you're just telling your story, because your story is very inspiring. Your story is very good, very rich. It can make a difference in the way people think. It can cause paradigm shift or mind shift for some people. All right, I think we have VIQ here. VIQ, Vic, go for it.
Okay, good evening, everybody. It's morning already. Good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, good morning.
I can hear you. Good morning from Nigeria.
I don't have any questions to ask, really. I just want to say a big thank you to Alex and a big shout out to him, because really this is my first time on this talk and I've not really, I have all my questions actually answered already. I'm also a front-end developer, and I was actually asking Odin if he has space in his team that I could join, and he was like, no. The thing is, I just wanted to, speak out to any other person who needs like a front dev in their team to, if there's space, I could, come in and, join their team. A big thank you to Mr. Alex, and to the hosts, a big thank you to you, and thanks for putting up this. I'm also Igbo, but I was born here in Lagos and I grew up in Lagos, though I schooled in the East though. But I'm so grateful for this opportunity too. Someone actually linked and sent me the link. I was like, Victor, I think you should join this, listen to it, and I'm very sure you, and really, I really made a lot out of it. So thank you a lot, sir, Mr. Alex, and the host.
You're welcome, Vicky. Vicky, please, like I don't know if you heard what I said before now. I know I focused on back-end engineering or something. Please, I want you to take something that is very complex, do it, and then use it as a reference point. If people see it, you mustn't necessarily have to do, because sometimes I see amateurs, they do 50 things to make their portfolio look as if they are busy. No, just one thing that is so outstanding is all that people need. Do something that is anybody that understands what he's looking for knows how complex this can be. Just do one thing, do it well. Let it be your reference. Once you send somebody your reference and the person clicks on that link and sees it, trust me, if you send to 10 people, you may likely get 10 people reach back to you. That is all that you need. Just do it. It's easy. But if you say people should bring you, because to actually learn front end, if you've not learned or you've already learned, it's not difficult. You can get it online. To actually take on challenges, it's not difficult. You can get it online. But to get people's interest is where you now need to put in your own work. If you do that thing, trust me, it will be a lot easier. But if you don't do it, like this thing you said, now I will not, if you write me, I will not even respond. Because I don't even understand what you are saying. But if you have done something that makes sense, you understand, spend time, do it clean, everything, fonting, spacing, everything is done well. Your use of tools, and you are sending me and telling me how you did it. You've already hypnotized me. I will definitely invite you. Even if I don't have anything at the moment, I will give you something that I wanted to do before, just to keeping you busy until I need to bring you in. I've done it to people before, just because I was impressed. Remember someone that built something for Babcock, Tochukwu? I didn't really have anything for Tochukwu. Even his skill, what he was building wasn't really what I needed. But for the fact he was able to do something really good, I just gave him tasks. I just kept him busy for like a year until I told him to now join me. So you can get those kind of things. That is what I want to recommend, so that you don't waste time, because I know why I talk about it. When you don't succeed, it comes with a level of frustration. So it's better you just sharpen your knife more, so that when you hit, even if you have to hit 4 to get 3, it is better result than to hit 20 to get 1. You may not even wait for the 1 to click and you will be frustrated out. Just that little effort more will really, really help you. That's just my advice on that.
All right.
Thank you very much, sir.
Vic, there you have it. That's an invitation to you. What you do with it is up to you. All right. I'm going to just ask two questions in one. Two in one question. Closing. Then you give your response to that as your last take. They are not related, but they are related. One is, for you to be able to get to the point where you have found yourself now, you have moved yourself. You probably practically drove yourself to this point, dragged yourself. I can use any word, but they're all connected. What habits did you have to learn? Habits. What habits did you have to learn consciously and deliberately, no matter how tough they were, just to be able to transform yourself into a business leader who can build what you have built today? That's one. Two, what is that founder's myth that you want to bust tonight?
When you say founder's myth, can you just expand?
In the tech startup space, there are many myths people believe in, many things people believe in, that are not real.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I mean by myth. Yes.
So just one philosophy I've always, which is also foundation from physics, is you can lose everything, but don't lose your energy. That energy is key. That thing that inspires you. Don't worry, it's okay to lose money. You can always make money. But once you lose your energy, it's very difficult to build it back. So based on that, it is very important that you ensure no matter what. That's why sometimes there are some things you may want to do. If you notice that it's going to affect your energy, or some people that may want to advise you, it's not like they don't like you, but their advice may affect your energy. Avoid them. Because you can, once your energy remains top, you will always get it right now or later. That is one thing that I've done. So at the end of the day, if I remember, of course, I've done it a lot in business. I remember when even this whole jam thing, there's no discouragement I didn't get, even from my wife, everybody. At the end of the day, one thing that kept me constant is the energy. So when it was there, I just knew that there's no way I won't get it right. It has always worked for me across all businesses, and to the glory of God, it worked. So it's always the same thing across anything I do. So that energy, please don't ensure that it never loses. Even when people discourage you, people disappoint you, people dupe you, people do all kind of things. Yes, feel disappointed, feel sad, but never let your energy go down.
When you're talking about energy, I guess you're talking about mental energy and emotional energy, right?
And it's more of spirit.
Okay. Do you have activities, or do you have kind of a routine or a habit that at a pattern that you follow every day that you built into your lifestyle?
So what I built is,
helps you maintain
there's this place I read a lot. Almost every day I read it, which is Colossians 3. There's a place it talks about there's a place talked about your mind. Let your mind fix your mind on things above, where Christ is seated at the right hand of God. So there's something I picked from that part, fixing your mind, meaning that where your mind is, you can choose to put it where you want it to be. So based on that, I put my mind always where I want it to be. Whenever I want to be down, I'm thinking of how am I going to add this product to get our customers to the next stage. I'm already in a mind place which I can now start building on it. So it shows me that I'm fully in control of what I want to think about at a particular time. If I want to be sad, I will remember something, and then I can remain there and be sad. And if I want to be happy, I can remember something, I remain there and be happy. So I can choose where I want to be. So if I want to lose energy, I will remember why I failed in this thing. But if I want to gain energy, I remember how I've succeeded, what I've gotten right, how God has saw me through, why I think I can do much better. So I always control my mind all the time. So when you tell me negative things, I want to feel sad, I have to take my mind to a place whereby 100 people have told me positive things, and I will keep smiling. So that ability to be able to be in charge of my mind and the place I want it to be, what they call it, choker. Before now, short, I called choker by 7:30. That 7:30, they killed somebody that I know in my village. I sent choker the video. I was at the worst state of emotion. In short, I was crying as at 7:30. But I said, if I'm going to come on this space, I have to take my mind to a place of happiness. After this space, I will go back again and start crying. But I needed to be able, that's why you can see that I told you that I may not even spend up to 15 minutes here. I have ended up spending probably 3 hours. I did not plan
4 hours.
it. Or 2 hours,
4 hours.
yes. 4 hours, yes. I decided to put my mind in a place whereby I can be happy and be able to share. So I am in control of my energy. If after this call I will go back and start crying because I am deeply pained, right? But I can't come with that energy for this kind of helpful session, right? So that also gives you that ability to be able to place your mind on where you want to be. Remember, at every point in time, you've made progress. Even if you think you didn't make progress in building your business, but you made progress by being alive and going through some things which other people were not able to do. That is progress. So at the end of the day, you remembering some certain things will start boosting back your energy. How you've tried this in school, how you got it right, how you didn't even know, how you made your first money. Once you start building back, you now start telling yourself you can do it well. If you need to read something, you are reading it with a positive mind. So that when people also, sometimes somebody wants to, there was a day Chuka wants to advise me on something. I told him I'll call him back. I didn't call him back. What I did was I prevented wrong energy. I know he had good mind for me, but I did not need that energy at that point. So sometimes you protect yourself so that you can place yourself at the right mind. So that right mind is the mind of success. Why is Peter Obi contesting election against all odds? Because he has this belief that that's why he's doing whatever he's doing. He's not doing it because anybody guaranteed him that he will win. But because once he fixes your mind on that positivity, that is what drives you to keep moving. So your businesses, yes, you may have challenges, but if you place your mind on the place of positivity, because it oozes. When I speak out of excitement and positivity, it's very easy for you to connect to it. But then when I speak out of frustration and bad emotion and desperation, it is also easy. And those things are irritating. It makes opportunities even more difficult for you to access. So these are the ways that this is actually how I put my mind. And I can tell myself I want Educare to earn X revenue. That becomes my call. I start pushing. I start putting on energy level. So I don't want to talk about business strategy. For me, I talk about this energy. It's the energy that will prompt you to even start creating. Even when the Holy Spirit is speaking to you, it will be very easy for your mind to accept it because you're already at the right frame of mind. So that is actually what I don't want to use the word mental health because I've always used the word energy, right? And being in the right spirit. So knowing that you have that, maybe you can read that Colossians 3. Read it well again. It will help you in so many ways. But that part of the scripture gives me a foundation of how I can put my mind. You can see a naked woman now, and I can decide to switch that naked woman that I saw by mistake on X to be able to start seeing Mbappe trying to score a goal. And once I start seeing it and start enjoying it, I've already switched it, or a problem that I want to do. It just shows me that I'm in control. But once I dwell in that thought, from that naked, I can expand the nakedness, and then it keep expanding. And next thing, it leads you to something wrong. So that is basically how I've been able to control that energy. Then in terms of the myth for startups, one thing is, I don't know who came to sell to us that you need to start, you need to raise capital, and then you need to who are the successful people that raise $50 million, $100 million are the successful people. I don't know who does that. The purpose is to be able to build solutions that help solve problems. And whenever you do something good, you definitely will be able to earn. The first point shouldn't be trying to raise capital. The first point should be one, identifying a worthy problem. Owning the right skills to be able to solve that problem. Because there's a lot of problems that you cannot solve because you don't have the skill set. Also building the teams. Also understanding that you are not meant to solve every problem. The only thing is that you can collaborate. If I want to do any media thing, I call Kunie because this is his calling. This is what he knows how to do best. If he wants to do software, he will call me. I don't have to do Kunie to prove which point. I can't even do it as good as he is. This is somebody that have spent almost all his life trying to do this thing. And me, I've spent my life trying to do something different. I should be able to reach Kunia and say, please, let's do this thing together. Knowing that he's bringing his experience, I'm bringing my own. So you should understand that pick one problem, solve it so well that nobody should be able to compete. If you want to do other things, collaborate with people, invest in people, buy people when you have money. Don't try to do so many things so that other people can have opportunity to solve their own problem. As our faces are different, so our skills, our callings, our diversities are different. So if you do it well, over time, you can be lucky. Raising fund is also not a comfort point. There is nothing interesting in raising capital. Is it the one that you raise capital with all the lie that you lie in your pitch deck? And when you finally get some seed funding, they are calling you for presentation. You are doing this. Okra, the lady, I remember when they were about to raise $5 million, then that I met her in their workstation. I remember that time. It was sweet. She came from MasterCard then. At the end of the day, when the pressure of investors come, you have to present. You told them that your business was going to hit 100,000 users in 4 months, and you deceived them enough for them to give you some capital. You went to first of all solve your personal problem. The most foolish ones bought new cars. At the end of the day, you cannot even hit 1,000 customers. Pressures are everywhere. They are threatening to pull out. AC hit and you've already raised, you can't raise again. So you see, maybe in every 10,000 raises, if it was only one success or 2 successes, we never look at that statistics. We only look at the raises. How many of the raises were actually successful? Paystack had to sell. How many people have sold since Paystack sold how many years ago? Flutterwave is worth this. How many people have been able to what? Even if you buy times at Flutterwave, if you know ishi. So if you look at all these things, so these are basically, so the point is focus on trying to solve your problem. Whenever you talk about capital, just get what you need. You can even need just a more superior laptop or just a co-working space, something that is pretty basic. If you get it, you can use it to build your business, solve a problem so well that nobody can come close, get revenue and scale. Once you have more money, you can buy people. There's some businesses now that we want to buy. You understand? I don't need to solve what they have solved. You buy it. These things are important so that you don't waste your time. And also, please, the final one is try to solve a problem from the inside to outside. Don't try to, because you can code, you went to go and buy burger. You notice that when you brought out your card, the thing didn't work well. You came to go and start a software that can be able to make people start. No. It may be that the vendor those people are using are the wrong one. Maybe if they change vendor now, you see that the other vendor is a lot better. But if you were working in a supermarket and you've noticed the pattern of a problem that have occurred several times and there seems to be no solution to it. But if you were working in a supermarket and you've noticed the pattern of a problem that have occurred several times and there seems to be no solution to it, and you decide to use your skill to solve that problem and then sell it more in that space, that makes sense. Even when you are talking to people that you want them to support you, they know that there's some level of experience, right? And then the final one is storytelling. But I don't want you to tell a story when you don't have something exceptional. If you tell a good story when you don't have something exceptional, you're a liar. And the only place you deserve is hell. And you also, the sad part is that when you do something like that, you also make it difficult for people who will come again in the future, because they will believe that everybody is the same liar. So as much as you want to learn storytelling, which is good, but before you tell a story, make sure you have an exceptional product that whenever you sell a story, that story complements whatever you are doing. If I tell you Educare helps people to be able to succeed very well in exams, I am not lying to you. If you try it yourself, you will also succeed. People are writing, thousands of people are giving feedback, this helped me. It is not a lie. If you check it, you will also see that it will work for you. So we took time to be able to do something that we know will work. That is not a lie. So we are trying to now tell story in a much better way. That same thing can apply to you. So, Nalibo, let's make excellence a baseline. Then let storytelling help us to propel us much faster. So that at every point in time, I say, Hannah, the way they have this whole thing of Japan, buy Korea. Whenever somebody say buy Japan, you assume that everything that comes from Japan is of good quality. Can we have that same perception na Igbo? Go ya na Enugu, go ya na Anambra, go ya na Ebonyi, go ya na Aba. Once people see that ihe ọbụla shi southeast, you will not see marketers. Ihe abụkwa Aba o, ihe abụkwa Anambra o, ihe abụrụkwa Gombe. Once let our region bụrụ an what do you call it? An epitome of excellence. So once we know that excellence becomes the minimum yardstick, that is what everybody is pursuing. You will see that the demand, na the region, it may affect everybody positively, knowing that you have been wanted from the east, where a baseline of excellence. So if we can do that, it will be a lot easier for us to serve, because people from everywhere will be buying, not now trying to buy from Vicky or Raf. They are buying a region. They are buying Japan. They are buying America. They are buying UK. You understand? You buy a lot of things from the UK. You don't care about the brand. Maybe not UK. So if you can have that excellent quality as a baseline, that thing will propel the region, and everybody will uniformly succeed, which is commonwealth, which is what I always preach for. So that with that, it becomes easy, so that we don't do substandard things. So I think with this, I've been able to hit some points, and then we can be able to close. Thank you so much.
It's been a joy and a pleasure and an honor to have you on this conversation, Alex. I've had you on many spaces, or a number of spaces, but this one is different. This one is interesting. This one is educative and inspiring. Then at some point, like this. That was very funny, but that was very instructive. And it's sometimes there's and you had to say it the way you had to say it, so that anybody who needs to hear it hears it, whether they like it or not. It has to come out. Thank you for leaving your words. Thank you for leaving your mind, your thoughts. You're not just talking, you are doing what you're talking about. You are showing what you're talking about. So it makes it easier to understand. Thank you for the last 4 hours, 30 minutes that you've been here. You were not meant to be here, in the sense that you were not prepared to be here, but like you said, you had to focus. You took your time to explain focus and break it down. How much it's within your control. And because of that, you were able to make it to this space. I wasn't even sure you were going to be here, but thank God you made it. And thank you so much for enriching this conversation, you and Ugochukwu. I had to focus on him a little bit, talking about focus on him a little bit, because he had shorter time to be with us, so that we can take as much as we could before he leaves. And you were patient and allowed all that to happen. That's gracious of you. I appreciate that very, very much. This is so valuable and invaluable at the same time. Yeah, I'm sorry. My apologies to everyone who have been requesting the mic, who couldn't come in. At some point, I had to stop and focus on what I had remaining to throw at Alex, to get some more ideas and thoughts and insights from him. We don't always have the opportunity to bring on everybody, but this is the reason why when we start our conversations, it's always advisable to start early to request the mic. Request the mic. If you see a guest, once it's time for the speakers to come in, you start requesting the mic from that time. It gives you a higher chance of coming into the conversation than coming late in the conversation. Yeah, thank you so much for listening, for being part of this conversation. Those who have been sharing this space even while the space is on, and those who shared before we started the build up to the space from 2 days ago. Thank you so much for supporting what we do. And to those who have been listening for the last 4.5 hours, both anonymously and visibly, thank you so much for your presence. Thank you for giving us your time. I hope you took something from this conversation, and I hope it enriches your life. Those who are in authority or those who are in the corporate world, I hope you can also apply some of the things you heard tonight. I hope that we can actually build more people, and then build more solutions, and then create more jobs, and build collective wealth, like Alex said, for Umuibo. That is the only way we can reduce some of the ills that we have in our society. But this is some progress. It's been the MONI Show, and we do this every Saturday, 8 p.m. West African time. We are on a business economic series. It will end soon, but we have maybe 2 more or 3 more episodes before we finish up, and then we'll go to some other things. For now, this is where we're going to wrap it up. Priscilla was supposed to come in and share about customer service, but she couldn't. I'm hoping that one day we will have her take her time to discuss customer relations and customer relationship and customer service relating to Ndi Igbo and business. But till then, until next Saturday, same time.
It's the morning show. Decoding Ndi Igbo.